5, and 6. We understand that everyone's needs, budgets, and challenges are different, but here at Colonial, we take the stress out of buying a new car. Big incentives, like $6,500 for your trade, guaranteed no matter the condition. The best financing in the business, no matter your credit, with rates as low as 0%. Plus, we streamline the buying process so you can be in and out of our dealership in no time without any unnecessary hassle or waiting. So why wait? Shop us online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com or visit us on Lincoln Highway in Downtown. Colonial Hyundai, the faster, easier, better way to buy a Hyundai.
0% financing applies on select 2024 new Hyundai models. $6,500 for your trade, not available on EVs. Offers cannot be combined. See dealer for more details.
The air is cooler, the leaves are changing, and football is back. While the players are making moves on the field, you can make the ultimate move with a beautiful engagement ring from Cozy Jewelers. Still not sure? Hey, the holidays will be here sooner than you think. So stop into Cozy Jewelers and huddle up with Paul Cozy and pick out a custom engagement ring that will make this the most magical holiday ever. Step up to the 5th C. That's color, cut, clarity, carat, and cozy. Cozy Jewelers, located in Newtown Square. Or CozyJewelers.com.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle. Unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Click this link now to review my bank transfer. I didn't make a bank transfer. Ugh, another phishing message. Are you frustrated by these too? So much of our lives are online today. To make sure my information is protected, I checked out CISA's Secure Our World resources. They've got 4 simple ways we can stay safe online. First, learn to recognize and report phishing. Next, create a strong, unique password for each online account, and use a password manager if you can. Then turn on multi-factor authentication for extra security, and you'll receive a code when logging in. And finally, turn on automatic software updates for convenience and safety. Click here to track my delivery. Another phishing message. But now I know how to protect myself from scammers, and you can learn too. Go to CISA at CISA.gov/Secure Our World for more quick, easy tips to be safer online.
Keeping free speech alive. Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT. WPHT.
I'm Charles Payne, and this is the Fox Business Report.
A down day on Wall Street Tuesday, investors expressing concerns over escalating tensions in the Middle East and the major U.S. port strike. The Dow down 173, the Nasdaq lost 279, the S&P 500 fell 54. Oil prices up nearly 2.5%, and gold closed at more than $2,667 an ounce, its second highest close ever. There was little change in the number of job openings on the last day of August. The Labor Department's job openings and labor turnover survey found 8 million available jobs, up from 7.7 million in July. The number of hires, 5.3 million, layoffs at 1.6 million. But fewer people are quitting, suggesting workers are less willing to leave a job. That number, 3.1 million. Nike sales fell 10% year to year in the company's latest earnings report issued yesterday. Earnings reports today from Conagra and Levi Strauss. That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Kevin Uretsky, invested in you.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
Israel has been at war for almost a year now, battling Iran-backed militants from Hamas and Hezbollah in Gaza and Lebanon, while also coming under direct missile attack from Iran. in a conflict triggered by the October 7th terror attack.
You know, there are moments in this life, and I mean this literally, when the pure, unadulterated evil is unleashed on this world.
That was President Biden a few days later, pledging full U.S. support, responding to last year's attack that left more than 1,000 Israelis dead. Hundreds more were abducted by Hamas, including Americans. Some are still held hostage in Gaza. Fox's chief foreign correspondent, Trey Yingst, has reported on all of it.
So on Black Saturday, I get a call from my producer at 7:03 in the morning, and she says something's happening in the South.
Trey just wrote a book out this week, Black Saturday, an unfiltered account of the October 7th attack on Israel and the war in Gaza.
There were rockets being fired from Gaza all over, but we'd seen similar attacks before, and so there was no reason at the time to think this was any different. Ultimately, we head to the South, and our plan is to start reporting from a town called Sderot. But before we get there, we stop, and we realize, okay, this is not just a rocket attack. This is probably an infiltration as well. And we start reporting. Then we spend the next few months, but the initial few days, going into these communities along the border that were ultimately attacked by Hamas, that launched this cross-border raid into southern Israel with thousands of gunmen. And Black Saturday takes the reader through that day, not just from our experience, but from the experience of soldiers, from civilians, police officers, hostages that were dragged into Gaza and then later released as part of the November ceasefire deal, Palestinian civilians, Hamas leadership, everyone involved in this story to get an understanding not just about that day, but what the first 2 months of the war were like inside Gaza.
Yeah, and as you go through the first few chapters, you go, kind of hour by hour in your reporting, and as you learn, because what it stands out is that, yes, they've been, on the border of Gaza, dealing with Hamas for all these years, but it seems like the Israelis were shocked at what happened.
Absolutely. There was a clear intelligence failure here. Something went wrong. And the Israelis still aren't totally sure what it was. There was miscommunication. Some things didn't get pushed up the chain of command that were reported along the border. But
there was no warning, right, Trey? And they didn't have any idea this was coming.
They had no idea. And looking back, they've identified things that were clear indications. For example, a lot of SIMs suddenly becoming active with Israeli numbers associated with Gazan phones. And there were a few indications, but nothing that was caught in real time. And so by the time the Israelis tried to start responding, it was too late. The border had already been infiltrated, and these attacks were unfolding at dozens of communities.
And you went through, as you were going around to report, you talk in the book graphically about seeing your first casualty. I know you've seen many since, but you had this front row seat to horror.
I mean, we watched this story unfold in real time, and that's why it was important for me to write this book, because I wanted people to know not only what we saw, but what people experienced. The focus of the book is on the people directly affected by this conflict and by this attack. And, it's challenging because you have to take into account human emotion. And a lot of times when people hear these stories or they listen to the news and they watch what's unfolding, they almost shut off their brains. They don't fully grasp how horrific it is because it's hard to experience these things. And so part of, I think, my role as a journalist on the ground here is to humanize the people involved so that listeners, readers, and viewers far away can empathize and can say, hey, those people look like my family members. They sound like, like me, something I would do on the weekend to try to make them human.
You wrote in your book that when you were going through these communities that were attacked, they found that Hamas actually had given the attackers manuals on how to do this, right?
Yeah, some of them had information about these communities along the border, and they were prepared. They had clearly trained for a cross-border attack. And it's interesting because as we look back, they had released all these videos of training in Gaza where they were storming buildings. And I remember seeing them back in 2018 and 2019, and no one really thought much of it. They just thought this was sort of them almost cosplaying a military. And it turns out they were preparing for October 7th.
And also, as the day was going on, you wrote about how you were also trying to be careful with, you did a lot of posting online for information, trying to get it out for people, and you got a lot of new followers that way. We'll talk about that in a moment. But you also were wanting to be careful that you didn't report anything that actually could help Hamas.
Yeah, I think with all these stories that we covered, you have to be patient in real time, because there's a real possibility that people see your information before they're informed about a loved one who's killed or a loved one who's kidnapped. And so we try to be sensitive in all that we do and understand that these are people's lives. And while we have to get the news out there, I'd rather be respectful of a family who's grieving than be first with the news.
Yeah, and you wrote also that you were wanting your new followers, you get a lot of followers because of all your posting from the war front, the first day of this attack, real time, that you wanted them to know that you were not pro-Israel, you were not pro-Palestinian, you wrote you're pro-truth.
And I think anyone doing anything else is doing a disservice to the journalism community, because our role as journalists is not to take a side. It is to shine light in dark places, hold those in power accountable, even if it's Hamas, even if it's the Israeli military, and continue to tell these stories in a way that makes people care.
And you wrote also, the larger my following became, the more hate I got from both sides, pro-Israel, pro-Palestinians. They would watch the same report and you'd get negative comments on both. I know that you, as a journalist, have dealt with that before, but this was even a larger thing for you now.
Absolutely. And the reality is that this story is emotional. There are a lot of politics involved in this story. There's a lot of history involved in this story, and people are sensitive to the realities on the ground. And so it's challenging to navigate, but that's part of covering what we cover, and that was part of my role in writing Black Saturday, to make sure that we were highlighting the many different positions and the many different people that exist on a spectrum throughout this region.
Yeah, and you also have had a chance to cover this war from inside Gaza. You have pictures of yourself in tunnels. You have been embedded and put yourself in danger dealing with this, but you also wanted to cover because a lot of Palestinian civilians have also gone through hell in this conflict.
Yeah, as much as we could, I needed to get inside to Gaza to report there. And we haven't been able to enter independently. We're still forced to go in with the Israeli military if we want access, and I think that's wrong. And I make a stand in the book about this as well. I think that journalists should be given unlimited access to Gaza. They can sign their safety away if that is something they agree to do, and be able to report on the war. The access to humans should not be controlled, especially amid conflict zones like this, because it allows the world to not see a full picture. And I think it's critical that people see what's happening in Gaza and learn directly from the voices of Palestinians what they're experiencing.
You wrote in the opening of the book that you did have a fear of death in an embed. You weren't sure about your safety at times, and you vowed it would be your last embed, but that's not true. You were just embedded this week going into Lebanon, right?
Yeah, it was scary to be there in the middle of these firefights, and as the war was developing, understanding the capabilities of Hamas. They have the ability to ambush forces. They killed many Israeli soldiers that way, targeting them with IEDs or anti-tank guided missiles at the beginning and RPGs. And so these are all real threats that you face inside, and you can be in an armored vehicle or you can be in a Jeep, but the threat is real and it's there. And we have to sort of navigate that as we gather the story, not just in Gaza, but now in Lebanon.
And a year in, just about, from the October 7th attack, there are still hostages alive inside Gaza. We don't have an exact number, but we know that they are there. Is there a weariness that's set in Israel? People just want it over.
Yeah, many people, including hostages that I interviewed as part of my reporting for Black Saturday, say that it still feels like October 7th. They're waiting for October 8th to begin because there are still more than 100 hostages, some of them dead, some of them alive, being held by Hamas inside Gaza. And so the country is still waiting to move forward from this. And then you think about the Palestinian population. The majority have been displaced from their homes in Gaza. Tens of thousands have been killed. And so they'd also like the war to be over so that they can move on with their lives and try to mourn properly and be able to rebuild some sense of normalcy.
But we don't know how it can end? I mean, peace in the Middle East is almost impossible, it seems.
It does seem, and I think that we don't know how it ends, and it's developing in real time as we speak now. I mean, there are sirens sounding in central Israel. There are concerns of a broader attack from Iran, and this all began on Black Saturday. This all started October 7th, what we are watching unfold today across the region.
I mean, you've talked to the hostages who've been released or rescued. What do they tell you about their ordeal?
It was horrific for them. I mean, they were taken against their will into Gaza. Some of them dragged into the tunnels beneath the Strip. Some of their family members were killed, executed in front of them before this took place. And it was a horrific experience for them. And I found that depending on who the hostage was and when they were freed and what they experienced, they came out of the situation with a different outlook. Some were... they felt very driven to tell the world what they saw and what happened to their fellow citizens, and others were afraid to speak out. They were terrified by their experience. It still haunted them in such a direct way. And so I captured that as well, and I think those are some of the most powerful interviews in the book, speaking with the hostages who were released as part of the November ceasefire deal.
Well, the book is Black Saturday. It's out this week. An unfiltered account of the October 7th attack on Israel and the war in Gaza. Trey Yingst is the author, Fox News chief foreign correspondent. You can see him online. You can see him on the news channel. Hear him here on the Rundown podcast. And Trey, congratulations on the book, and we look forward to talking to you again.
Thank you very much.
Wake up with Kayal and Company. Mornings on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Todd is a real Prevagen user, and this is his story.
Hi, I'm Todd, and I live in Georgia. I'm a veteran of 23 years. I love to give back to the community, whether it's my fellow veterans, some guy on the street corner. I offer what I can, when I can. I started noticing that my memory was slipping, and I wanted to take proactive measures to try to help that. I saw a Prevagen commercial and I did some research on it, and I wanted to find out, does this stuff really work? I started taking Prevagen about 3 years ago. Since taking Prevagen, I feel clearer in my thoughts, my memory has improved, and generally just more on point.
Prevagen is available in stores everywhere without a prescription. Based on a clinical study of subgroups of individuals who are cognitively normal or mildly impaired, this product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Testimonialist was compensated for their time.
Hey, Bill O'Reilly here, author of the #1 best-selling narrative history series in the world. Today I'm here to talk about my new book, Confronting the Presidents. From Washington to Biden, Confronting the Presidents gives insightful portraits of all 45 U.S. chief executives. Who were these men really? Please read Confronting the Presidents, available now.
Paid for by St. Martin's Press.
Football season is here. Do you have your picks in on Sleeper? Just pick more or less on at least 2 player stats, and you could win up to 100 times your money. For new users, Sleeper will even match your first deposit with up to $100 credit to your account. Just download the Sleeper app today and use code MONDAY for a credit up to $100 match on your first deposit. That's code MONDAY. Must be 18 years in most states and in state where it is legal. Promo code and other restrictions apply. Visit sleeper.com. Please wager responsibly. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-426-2537 for help. Sponsored by Sleeper, a Blitz product.
At Independence Blue Cross, we take care of the people who take care of you. Everyday heroes like firefighters, police officers, teachers, farmers, and healthcare workers. Doctors and hospitals across the region have IBX, and they know what it means to have reliable access to care. So whether you're saving lives or just trying to live a healthier life, count on IBX, the region's #1 health insurer for 85 years. Learn more at IBX.com.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
There's a new mural arts exhibition in Love Park to encourage people to get out and vote. A new American Cancer Society report shows breast cancer mortality rates are going down. And a group of Philly high school students got a taste of what it's like to work in construction.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
You might need a rake. It's the Fall into Savings sale at Colonial Marble and Granite, where prices are falling like foliage.
Now you can put no money down and pay 0% interest for 18 months. Visit any Colonial showroom to take advantage of these and other great values. But hurry, it won't be fall forever. Sale ends November 4th. Restrictions apply. Visit colonialmarble.net for details. Look at you. Your life is under control. Errands? Done. Groceries? Got 'em. It's a good time to give yourself a reward. You know the one. Your favorite tasty cake treat. Is it the delicious crimpet or the mouthwatering candy cake? No matter where you are, choose what feels right and enjoy. You've earned it, and you know you deserve it. Tasty cake, accept no substitutes.
Fox News, I'm Ted Lindner. 5 weeks to go now until Election Night 2024. On Tuesday night, the vice presidential candidates debated in New York City. The CBS News vice presidential debate saw Republican J.D. Vance going up against Democrat Tim Walz. One of the topics debated, immigration. Vance blaming the immigration crisis on the Biden-Harris administration.
We have a historic immigration crisis because Kamala Harris started and said that she wanted to undo all of Donald Trump's border policies. 94 executive orders suspending deportations, decriminalizing illegal aliens.
Walz responded by blaming the former president, Donald Trump.
As soon as I was getting ready to pass and actually tackle this, Donald Trump said no. Told them to vote against it because it gives him a campaign issue. It gives him what would Donald Trump talk about if we actually did some of these things?
Election day is Tuesday, November 5th. America's listening to Fox News.
This is the Fox News Rundown. Now a look at sports.
The calendar has flipped to October, and that means it's time for playoff baseball. The first day of MLB's postseason got underway on Tuesday, with 4 best-of-3 wildcard series kicking off. In the American League, the Royals shut out the Orioles 1-0, and the Tigers defeated the Astros 3-1. Detroit starter Tarek Skubal went 6 innings, allowing no runs on 4 hits while striking out 6. In the National League, the Mets rallied to defeat the Brewers 8-4, while the Padres shut out the Braves 4-0 at home. San Diego got a dominant pitching performance from Michael King, who struck out 12 batters on the night. That's sports. On the Fox News Rundown, I'm Joe Morgan, Fox News.
Now an update from Outkick's Hot Mic.
Here is the ugly side of name, image, likeness, contracts, verbal promises, and the business of college football, and it being unregulated. Matt Sluka was the quarterback for UNLV. The Rebs, they are 3-0. They have a shot at the postseason, not just a bowl game, a shot at the college football playoff, the expanded playoff. They have a schedule coming up that is certainly winnable. They have a team that can win some big games. Right now, they're just behind Boise State for that spot, according to the Associated Press poll. They're there. They're pretty good. And their quarterback just quit after 3 games because of what he says are empty promises due to name, image, likeness, and payments due versus payments that have been received.
From Outkick.com, I'm Jonathan Hutton for the Fox News Rundown.
Hi, this is Joe Meterchick, PNC Bank Regional President. Sticking to the fundamentals and not wavering from the game plan is a great philosophy for football and banking. And for nearly 160 years, our dedicated local PNC teams are in formation to help fans receive sound and reliable, personalized financial advice to get them across the goal line. Because, as we see it, a win for them is a win for the greater Philadelphia community. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
Imagine a world where animals and humans coexist in harmony, where wild animals thrive, habitats are protected, and marginalized communities are empowered. At International Animal Rescue, this is our vision. Our holistic, community-led projects not only rescue animals, but also protect and replenish precious habitats, creating a better future for us all. But we can't do this without you. Show your support now and help keep the wild, wild. Visit internationalanimalrescue.org.
Do you know a veteran in need?
Nation's Finest, through the VA's Supportive Services for Veteran Families program, helps veterans and their families struggling with rent, employment, and other housing-related costs. Today, Nation's Finest operates more than 30 locations in California, Arizona, and Nevada, helping thousands of veterans every year. Visit nationsfinest.org or call 1-833-468-9676. That's 1-833-468-9676.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group, and I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney, and the truth is I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney or if I look like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. At Wesley, we've helped over 40,000 families cancel their timeshare without me being an attorney. And I want to share with you how we do it. Just give my office a call, and you will not talk to an attorney. And I guarantee if we take you as a client, we'll get you out of your timeshare, or you'll pay nothing.
Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. 800-656-1551. That's 800-656-1551. 800-656-1551.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Last year, over 3 million people called Morgan & Morgan in their time of need. And with over 1 million of those calls coming from previous clients, friends, and family.
My name is Jason Williams. It was a rainy day, and I'd gotten hit from behind by a lady that was doing somewhere over 100 miles an hour is what they were saying. I've never dealt with anything like this before. Everybody that I talked to kept saying the same name, which was Morgan & Morgan. I was on hold for maybe 15 seconds. When they come back and said, Jason, we will absolutely take your case. As a non-tech savvy guy, any question that I had, if I called, text, or emailed, they got right back to me. They made it as easy for me as it could have been.
Thank you for trusting us. We've become the largest injury firm in the world because we've won a lot. The word is out. Size matters. Reputation matters. We're America's largest injury law firm for a reason. With over 900 dedicated attorneys and climbing, we're ready wherever you are, whatever you need. The choice is easy. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you. Morgan & Morgan, official partner of the Philadelphia 76ers.
If you're living with dry age-related macular degeneration or dry AMD, you may be at risk for developing geographic atrophy or GA. GA can be unpredictable and progress rapidly, leading to irreversible vision loss. Now there's something you can do to
slow it down and get it going slower.
Izervay is proven to slow GA progression.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Izervay or avacincaptad pagel is a prescription eye injection used to treat GA. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may temporarily increase eye pressure. Your vision may be impaired after an eye injection or exam. Don't delay. Ask your doctor about Izervay today.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Visit Izervay.com. That's IZERVAY.com.
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause, brought to you by Advocacy United, this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that'll affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Pastor Brad Lacey here, First Baptist Church, Conshohocken. Join us Saturdays for the great message and be blessed. 5 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Is thinning hair or a receding hairline making you self-conscious? Try Hair Grow from New Nordic. Stop feeling embarrassed about your thinning hair and start feeling your best with Hair Grow.
Window Nation presents the 1210 WPHT Veteran Spotlight in partnership with the Travis Manion Foundation. Listen the first Wednesday of every month as Kayal and Company shines a spotlight on a local veteran, highlighting their remarkable commitment to the community and their exceptional service in the military. Presented by Window Nation. At Window Nation, there's nothing more important than giving back to the communities we serve. For all of your window and door needs, visit windownation.com. That's windownation.com. WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Live and local from Philadelphia. Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go, live on this Wednesday, October 2nd. It is indeed Kayal and Company, right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, always live on the free Odyssey app. And, of course, streaming live for your video viewing pleasure on YouTube. As we head until 10 o'clock this morning, 855-839-1210 is how you jump aboard. That is the phone number. On social media at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kayal, Kayal. Dawn Stenslin with the news. Greg Stocker, the chairman of the board. Phil Almquist, Jimmy Kelly, our associate producers.
Let's go, Harry.
Wake up,
Harry.
Philadelphia. Let's go. It is go time. Tony Bruno live this morning from Florida at 8:30. Dawn Stenslin, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. Happy Wednesday.
I am juiced. I am jacked up. I am fired up. Greg Stocker, how
are you? Wednesday. How is everybody today?
Everybody is
doing great.
Well.
Good.
I think J.D. Vance is well. I think Donald Trump feels well. Tim Walz? I don't know that Mr. Potato Head got much sleep last night.
Oh, but he's getting plenty of love from the media.
If he
today,
is, if he is, I haven't
doing the spin.
I haven't seen any of the spin. You and I might have to butt heads right out of the gate here, Stenslin. What spin are you seeing? I see Politico with the following headline, and I thought I would never see Politico write something like this. Front page of Politico.com. It was a very Midwestern debate, and Vance won. Oh, well, that doesn't seem like spin to me.
Look at your local news.
Okay, local.
That's what's happening across the country.
All right. I've got ABC, CBS, CNN, MSNBC with all these generic headlines. By the way, the most generic headline you can ever see from a website, takeaways from the Vance Walz debate. Like, say somebody won, say what your thought is, give us a tease. Takeaways? Did an intern write that? Come on. Oh, we got a lot of good stuff to get to today. I am fired up. I got like 3 hours of sleep last night. Olivia's got like a shattered ankle almost.
Oh, boy.
Mia's got a stomach bug. I was quarantined. I was in my bedroom last night watching the debate. My arms are flailing around. My legs are going. I was like Tim Walz in front of a big crowd.
How long until you get said stomach bug and pass it to the rest of us? You disease-infected human.
I'm actually going to jettison my kids back to the South. I think I'll be able to avoid it. I stayed away from everybody, so we'll see. But we have a lot of good stuff to get to this morning. The big take on the debate last night.
Your poor wife, she has to deal with everything. You're like, honey, I can't get sick. I'm sorry. I have important things to do, like watch this debate that bored us all to death last night.
But you know what? See, that's the thing. I needed boring last night. I didn't need whether it's moderators jumping in.
I agree.
You know, and we'll get to it. Yeah, we'll kick all of it around this morning. But you know what? It was civil. It was passionate. It was articulate. I think the articulate part came from J.D. Vance. But go ahead.
I think a lot of people watched it last night and said, "Oh yeah, I remember this form of politics.
Yeah,
I remember this.
Right.
I remember how this used to be. And it's either good or bad. You either long for the days when you could have a civil discussion about things and go back and forth and disagree on things, or you like theater."
Yeah. Tell me J.D. Vance isn't the kind of guy last night where you're sitting back and you're like, boy, you could just totally sit down with a glass of bourbon in front of a fireplace and discuss the issues of the day with that man?
I said last night I said yesterday, days ago, that like the Democrats are in trouble because he's very good at this. I mean, he did this at Harvard. Like, this is what he was made to do.
Yep.
These debates
at all 40 years old,
and he showed it. Yep. He showed it last night.
You saw why Trump tabbed him as his vice president on the ticket. All right, we have a lot to get to. We will kick around, obviously, all of the debate stuff from last night. The other big story of the day, obviously, Iran attacking Israel. We will discuss that. And then also two little side stories, and really not much else. We're going to, not because there's not other stuff to get to, but because we're highlighting the two big stories of the day. We have to get to Trump and this whole 60 Minutes interview, back and forth. Was an invite extended? Did he back out after last night's victory with Vance? If I'm Trump and Vance, I don't think either one of them should speak again for the next 34 days.
I feel like there's a line that Tim Walz said last night that's not getting a lot of coverage, and I'm wondering if you two even know what I'm talking about.
All right, we'll get to that. And also, CNN says, you know what? We're so good at what we do, we're going to actually charge you and put our stuff behind a paywall. Guess they have to pay for Brian Stelter's new salary. All right, so we have a lot to get to. Cut sheet 745. If you missed any of the debate, Stalker will have all of that. Bruno at 8:30. And again, it's the first Wednesday of the month, which means our Window Nation 1210 WPHT Veteran Spotlight. We'll do that as we wrap up at 9:30 this morning. But before all of that, let's get to the news. Round number one at 6:06. The great Dawn Stensland.
And good morning. We are sponsored in Kayal & Company News Live by American Dental Implant and Lumineers Center. Yes, this is Wednesday, October 2nd. You're waking up to 60-degree weather, mostly cloudy. We'll tell you when the sun will come out. Philadelphia police say a man is fighting for his life this morning after getting shot in the stomach. This happened in the Frankford section of Philadelphia early in the wee hours of this morning. Meadow Street, Frankford Ave, and Meadow Street police were able to rush this victim to Temple University Hospital. And so detectives searching for a shooter in the situation. But this, I believe the man they've said they're not releasing his name, 30 years old. So we'll get more details as that is happening, a developing story that's happening just this morning. Also, it's day 2 of the strike that we've been following. Something that was not brought up in last night's Veep debate. So not sure why, but you would think it was a major breaking story involving 45,000 union members on the East Coast and in the Gulf, including here in Philadelphia and all of our East Coast ports as well as Gulf Coast, 45,000 in total. Not brought up last night, but day 2 of the strike that certainly could cost us, they say, billions of dollars if this thing proceeds on for more than a week.
Yeah, that's a total violation out of CBS not to bring that up. By my tracker, as I was tracking the topics in order, it was Iran, Israel 1, the border 2.
No, climate change was 2.
That's right, yes.
Climate change, Nick.
Climate change. And then it was, border and then hurricane? Or hurricane then border?
Border and then hurricane.
Yeah.
And then they got to the economy 4, which was... I thought the economy would have been a perfect spot right there as like a subset to go labor strike, right?
Oh.
With the breaking news with Iran, you know why that.
Yes,
that
I totally get that.
Question.
Yes, absolutely.
But we kicked around on the show yesterday whether they would bring it up, and we all agreed that I'm sure they would because it was a huge story yesterday.
Huge story,
and they
it just broke.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I would have liked to have heard both people try to, dissect and break that down and spin it because you have, obviously the labor unions and there's a divide, right? 6 out of 10 workers are basically with Trump, yet the bosses want to ride with Harris and endorse the Democrats. So I would have liked to have seen both combatants yesterday try to eloquently break that down.
By the way, the president of that labor union was on TV yesterday. Boy, he's an unlikable schmuck.
Oh boy.
God, is he terrible.
You don't appreciate us until it's too late. Uh-huh.
So despite opposition from community members, several council members, and the mayor of the Collingdale Borough Council voting last night, and this is a surprise to many if you're just waking up, to hire a new police chief. So pending a background check, they haven't done the full background check yet. The new chief of police in Collingdale will be Shani Mitchell. So according to her application for the job, she currently serves as the police chief in Sellingsgrove Borough. This is Snyder County, as an adjunct instructor for the Penn State Justice and Safety Institute. I believe she has a background. I think at one point she also worked for Philadelphia Police. But this was a surprising turn of events. Council said that another candidate who was under investigation that we talked about in the past, no longer a candidate for the job, proposed to vote to hire Shani Mitchell. And so Collingdale Mayor Donna Matteo Spadea, she said that a couple of other council members were taken by surprise by this decision. So some late breaking news on that one, but this is pending the background check. Shani Mitchell is now Chief Mitchell for now. Collingdale Borough Council.
You know my thoughts on this. I have no problem with anybody getting a job if they are the best and most qualified. I don't care what your race, your gender, who you sleep with, what you're into behind closed doors, as long as you kick ass, take names, and you're the best for the job. And by the way, what's your policies? Are you going to be tough on crime?
Yeah.
Or are we going to continue on with the charade of the last 4 years?
So that's the story of the police chief drama. We've just been following this for you from Philadelphia suburb, Delaware County, Delco. So they're all saying they're really blindsided by this one. So we'll await that background check. So much in the news this morning. We want to get to Nick's big take. Obviously, I'll leave out of it last night's Veep debate because I know that we'll talk a lot about that. So here's the thing. I will get to our Philadelphia Phillies because we do have some news on the Phils front. We are locked in as the number 2 seed, clinching obviously the first round bye. As you know, home field advantage in that best of 5 National League Division Series. So game 1, and we have some details here. Game 1 of the series starts this Saturday, October 5th, Citizens Bank Park. Phillies will play the winner of the wild card series, that's going on between the New York Mets, which is the number 6 seed. Milwaukee Brewers is the number 3. They're the number 3 seed. So wild card schedule finalized Monday. We told you this after the Mets and Braves split that doubleheader game for both teams to advance. And so the deal is it's game 1 this Saturday, 4:08 p.m. That's CBP. And then game 2 is Sunday, same time, 4:08 p.m. That's also CBP. So we know now you can lock in your schedule.
Yeah.
Games 1 and 2 home, 4:08. I'm sure that everybody will get there much sooner. The festivities begin this weekend. And then obviously for game 3, heading to the opposing team's ballpark for games 3 and 4, etc.
Selfishly, here's my concern because I do not have my old 2 TV set up yet until we get to our dream home, hopefully next summer. 4:07 doesn't work for me. I think the Trump rally's at 5 o'clock, isn't it?
Yeah.
I was hoping the Trump rally would be at 7 or at 5, and the Phillies would be in prime time at 8, so I could watch the whole Butler PA rally and then get to baseball. Now I'm going to have to DVR one and flip back and forth.
Gee.
Call what's his name and say you don't like these times.
Yeah,
and you would like to.
Where's Brazier?
Where's John Brazier?
Get Brazier in here. Get TBS television executives or whoever's airing this thing.
By the way, the Mets won last night. So, won pretty decisively against the Milwaukee Brewers.
So it's looking.
They have the hot hand right now.
Three of the 4 underdogs won last night. The only favorite to win was the Padres beating the Braves. Just saying, Phillies fans.
Yep.
The lesser team can get hot in these little series and can cool you off real quick.
Yep.
Be careful.
So, and by the way, you said cool off. The weekend forecast, we've been watching the forecast very carefully. So if you look at the forecast, we're mid-70s and bright sunny skies. So a gorgeous weekend, whether you're in Butler, Pennsylvania for Trump returning to Pennsylvania to honor Corey Comparator, our slain fire chief in that assassination attempt, or whether you're here celebrating the Phils or just hanging out, doing some football, whatever, yard work. It's going to be a gorgeous weekend ahead. I'll also point out to you, I know that you mentioned earlier, we talked about earlier, the fact that Iran had launched at least 180 missiles at Israel, causing some scatter damage and fires. Obviously, they have that dome, the Iron Dome, which protected them mostly. So Israel's not reporting injuries. But I will say this is timed as well because this evening, we begin. A lot of schools are off today and or tomorrow because this is the Jewish New Year.
Yeah.
And so no question in many people's minds that this was timed to do this missile launch right ahead of the celebrations.
Yeah. What's so frustrating about this is you have Iran who's attempting to assassinate Donald Trump. And, of course, we had Trump back on in May. And he said, I don't know how anybody that's Jewish can vote Democrat. You'd have to have your head examined. And, again, I continue to bring this up. You know, it's not just a Trump talking point. You talk about the Abraham Accords, the embassy, everything that he did, the stability over there. How in the world can any Democrat Jew historically vote for this administration over Trump is staggering to me. Ari Fleischer was on Fox yesterday. He said that he thinks Pennsylvania could be decided by which way the Jewish vote goes. Now, obviously, the Jewish vote's going to go Democrat, but to what extent? In a razor-thin election, if Trump gets down 3% more than he would, in a non-war time, that might be enough for him to win Pennsylvania. Very interesting.
Yeah, and I wonder what I would love to hear Josh Shapiro's take on last night's Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro's take on last night's debate performance as well.
There's no doubt in my mind it would have been a much more competitive debate with Shapiro instead of Mr. Potato Head.
Amen, brother. Hey, so today for your Wednesday, 72 degrees, partly sunny. For tomorrow, Thursday, which, as I say, beginning of Rosh Hashanah and the Jewish New Year tomorrow evening. And so that's why many schools are off tomorrow and Friday. Tomorrow for the Jewish New Year beginning, 76 degrees and mostly sunny day. Friday, partly sunny. We pop up to 79 degrees for your Friday and a taste of summer for Saturday, 79 degrees, partly sunny skies. Sunday, 77. Hardly any clouds in the sky. Bright sunny day, 77 for your Sunday. So that's our forecast. Sponsored by American Dental Implant and Lumineers Center. Improve your smile with Lumineers. Dr. Heinbaugh of the American Dental Implant and Lumineers Center is the area's only certified Lumineers dentist. Get a dynamite smile. No grinding, shots, or pain. Visit myspringfielddentist.com. myspringfielddentist.com, American Dental Implant and Lumineers Center. Thank you for sponsoring our first edition this Wednesday morning, Kayal and Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 6:16 Wednesday morning. Let's get to a midweek big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
And it's brought to you by Wawa. Vance's victory Tuesday, October 1st, prior to the debate, was quite the interesting spin cycle from the mainstream media throughout the day. Politico with the following headline, quote, Tim Walz is not known as a gifted debater. Behind closed doors, the folksy, fun-loving governor can be overly defensive when confronted about his mistakes, according to fellow Minnesota Democrats. Yikes. Well, as we know, the left loves to devour their own, and it was almost like they were lowering the expectations for their guy. Defensive when confronted about mistakes? Sounds like a fraud with a temper. But I'm sure as long as he continues to wave like Richard Simmons before an exercise video, Americans will fall for that big sack of potatoes. Then Politico with another headline that actually gave J.D. Vance a tip of the cap, while, of course, taking a swipe at Donald Trump. The headline read yesterday, unlike Donald Trump, J.D. Vance stays relentlessly on message and is known as an agile debater. That was actually very accurate if you watched the debate last night. But how about this one? Yesterday before the debate, according to CNN, quote, there was concern within the Harris-Walz administration that his team wanted common sense indignation to come across, according to several in the know. Their worry was that Vance is going to eviscerate the governor's hand to his heart dad joke persona and make Walz come across as either a moron or a raging bull or even an out-of-whack liberal vouching for another out-of-whack liberal. His team, their words, courtesy of CNN, not mine. So how did things go? 9 p.m. last night, we were off to the races with the final face-to-face moments between the two parties as debate season 2024 comes to a close. J.D. Vance, Tim Walz, last night in the CBS News studios in New York City for the vice president debate. Remember, there was no audience last night. There was hot mics, a battle of two everyday men with Midwestern values and military backgrounds, as both Donald Trump and Kamala Harris try to balance out their respective tickets. Well, who won? How were the two female CBS moderators? Did Norah O'Donnell and Margaret Brennan act as impartial referees? What about the fact-checking, which was the main issue with the ABC News debate? Let's break it down. Here's my top three takeaways. The Middle East turmoil was the first issue of the night, in light of what transpired earlier in the day with Iran attacking Israel. Tim Walz was first to answer that opening topic. His answer was choppy. He was confused, a little nervous, seemed like he was very inexperienced. J.D. Vance, on the other hand, well, you determine. Listen and watch this clip.
I want to actually give an introduction to myself a little bit because I recognize a lot of Americans don't know who either one of us are. I was raised in a working class family. My mother required food assistance for periods of her life. My grandmother required Social Security help to raise me, and she raised me in part because my own mother struggled with addiction for a big chunk of my early life. I went to college on the GI Bill after I enlisted in the Marine Corps and served in Iraq. And so I stand here asking to be your vice president with extraordinary gratitude for this country, for the American dream that made it possible for me to live my dreams. And most importantly, I know that a lot of you are worried about the chaos in the world and the feeling that the American dream is unattainable. I want to try to convince you tonight over the next 90 minutes that if we get better leadership in the White House, if we get Donald Trump back in the White House, the American dream is going to be attainable once again. Now, to answer this particular question, we have to remember that as much as Governor Walz just accused Donald Trump of being an agent of chaos, Donald Trump actually delivered stability in the world, and he did it by establishing effective deterrence. People were afraid of stepping out of line. Iran, which launched this attack, has received over $100 billion in unfrozen assets thanks to the Kamala Harris administration. What do they use that money for? They use it to buy weapons that they're now launching against our allies, and God forbid, potentially launching against the United States as well. Donald Trump recognized that for people to fear the United States, you needed peace through strength. They needed to recognize that if they got out of line, the United States global leadership would put stability and peace back in the world. Now, you asked about a preemptive strike, Margaret, and I want to answer the question. Look, it is up to Israel what they think they need to do to keep their country safe, and we should support our allies wherever they are when they're fighting the bad guys. I think that's the right approach to take with the Israel question.
Look how smooth that was. You had a dig at Kamala with the working class family growing up. He didn't even drop a sly little smile or smirk when he did that. Did you pick up on that? Then JD goes into the substance of his answer pertaining to the original question. To summarize it, FAFO. If you F around, you will find out. Peace through strength. They know Joe's weak. They know Kamala is weak. That's why all of this is happening in the last 2.5 or 3 years. Double win for JD Vance. Super smart, polished, crisp. JD Vance is as cool as a cucumber. And all of the turmoil, war, and dysfunction under Joe and Kamala's watch, because Donald Trump ruled with an iron fist. Peace through strength, peace and prosperity. Next up, the border. The broken border under border czar Kamala Harris. How did the freshman senator from Ohio handle the crisis? Listen and watch this.
You've got to re-implement Donald Trump's border policies, build the wall, re-implement deportations. And that gets me to your point, Margaret, about what do we actually do? So we've got 25 million illegal aliens who are here in the country. What do we do with them? I think the first thing that we do is we start with the criminal migrants. About 1 million of those people have committed some form of crime in addition to crossing the border illegally. I think you start with deportations on those folks. And then I think you make it harder for illegal aliens to undercut the wages of American workers. A lot of people will go home if they can't work for less than minimum wage in our own country. And by the way, that'll be really good for our workers who just want to earn a fair wage for doing a good day's work. And the final point, Margaret, is you ask about family separation. Right now in this country, Margaret, we have 320,000 children that the Department of Homeland Security has effectively lost. Some of them have been sex trafficked. Some of them hopefully are at homes with their families. Some of them have been used as drug trafficking mules. The real family separation policy in this country is unfortunately Kamala Harris's wide open southern border. And I'd ask my fellow Americans to remember when she came into office, she said she was going to do this. Real leadership would be saying, you know what? I screwed up. We're going to go back to Donald Trump's border policies. I wish that she would do that. It would be good for all of us.
JD Vance is a stone cold natural killer on the debate stage. And he does it by not being combative. He's not confrontational. He doesn't word salad his way around searching for ways to evade the question. He doesn't look for the answers up in the heavens. He's just ready to go. He's everything that Harris and Walz are not. He's a natural. He's the total opposite of Trump in all reality. Trump is very bombastic. He's a showman. Yes, he got results, but look at the even-keeled nature. This is a guy who's done over 65 mainstream media interviews since the summer. He was conditioned for months to prepare for the moment last night, and I think he aced it. And now you see why Donald Trump has named him his running mate. He's actually a lot like DeSantis without the annoying voice and the abrasive nature if you compare the two side by side. And lastly, the most important issue, the economy. J.D. Vance on the facts about what Trump did in his 4 years for your bottom line. Listen and watch this.
If you notice, what Governor Walz just did is he said, first of all, Donald Trump has to listen to the experts. And then when he acknowledged that the experts screwed up, he said, well, Donald Trump didn't do nearly as good of a job as the statistics
that's a gross generalization.
that he did. So what Tim Walz is doing, and I honestly, Tim, I think you got a tough job here because you've got to play whack-a-mole. You've got to pretend that Donald Trump didn't deliver rising take-home pay, which of course he did. You've got to pretend that Donald Trump didn't deliver lower inflation, which of course he did. And then you've simultaneously got to defend Kamala Harris's atrocious economic record, which has made gas, groceries, and housing unaffordable for American citizens. I was raised by a woman who would sometimes go into medical debt so that she could put food on the table in our household. I know what it's like to not be able to afford the things that you need to afford. We can do so much better. To all of you watching, we can get back to an America that's affordable again. We just got to get back to common sense economic principles.
Did you notice the style throughout the night? Many times J.D. Vance was complimentary to Tim Walz while politely annihilating him and Kamala Harris. It was really debate 101, and he nailed it. Kitchen table issues should be easy to elaborate on. I thought Vance laid that out perfectly. And in conclusion, last night we saw a man with a law degree from the Ivy Leagues up against a public school teacher who prides himself on saying, none of my students ever went to the Ivy League schools. You saw rump roast against filet mignon. You saw two everyday middle America men, but only one that looks truly ready for the moment. Dare I say, in the future, in the short-term future, presidential material. That was J.D. Vance last night, folks. That's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
And it is brought to you by Wawa. Wawa has classic hoagies for just $6. Whether it's cheesesteaks, meatball, or Italian, you can get any of the classics for just $6 because you got to have a Wawa. 855-839-1210 if you want to jump in. All of your thoughts and reaction from the debate last night, as well as what is going on in the Middle East. We'll break it all down this morning as we continue. Nick, Dawn, and Greg, it's Kayal and Company on a Wednesday morning on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. But first, a word from my friends at the Piazza Auto Group. And you've heard me talk a while now about the Mazda CX-30, courtesy of my friends at Piazza Mazda. But did you know that they have an extensive crossover and SUV lineup between the sleek CX-5, the capable CX-50, or how about this? Oh, yeah, that three-row CX-90. It's the big one in the family. And now the all-new CX-70. There's something for every lifestyle. Piazza Mazda of Westchester and Reading will help you find the one that is right for you with financing as low as 0% for 36 months. Visit Piazza Mazda in Westchester and Reading for a personalized test drive or shop online at piazzamazda.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group, and I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney. And the truth is, I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney or if I look like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. At Wesley, we've helped over 40,000 families cancel their timeshare without me being an attorney. And I want to share with you how we do it. Just give my office a call, and you will not talk to an attorney. And I guarantee if we take you as a client, we'll get you out of your timeshare, or you'll pay nothing.
Call now for your free information kit. 800-714-9090. 800-714-9090. 800-714-9090.
Upgrade your bathroom with Emmons Remodeling.
We offer custom design, build, renovation services to fit your style and budget. Our designers work closely with you to create the perfect space for you and your family.
Experience luxury and functionality with the expert team at Emmons.
So call us at 856-885-6677. Again, that's 856-885-6677, or visit us at callemmons.com. From top to bottom,
to inside and out,
at Emmons, we have you covered.
See Joe Conklin with the City Rhythm Orchestra at Cherokee High School in Marlton, New Jersey, Saturday, October 26th. It's the story of Philadelphia sports put to music.
Oh, I thought it was awesome. It was funny and like great band. His imitation of the Bee Gees.
The stylistics and stuff, I just love that. Oh, it was great. This is the third time we've seen him. He's awesome.
I can relate to Joe Conklin. Great variety. There was something for everyone.
That's Conklin with City Rhythm at Cherokee High School in Marlton, New Jersey, Saturday, October 26th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
This is a commercial for California Psychics, America's most trusted psychic network. So, if you're waiting for a sign, this is it. No, really, this is it. You won't see your soulmate's face in the clouds or your career path mapped out in your cappuccino foam. This really is it. We could add some dramatic sound effects if you'd like. So what you waiting for? Experience the joy of certainty at CaliforniaPsychics.com.
Hi, I'm Angie Hicks, co-founder of Angie. When you use Angie for your home projects, you know all your jobs will be done well. Roof repair? Done well. Kitchen sink install? Done well. Deck upgrades? Done well. Electrical upgrade? Done well. Angie's been connecting homeowners with skilled pros for nearly 30 years, so we know the difference between done and done well. Hire high-quality, certified pros at Angie.com.
This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Do you know when the best time to buy investment properties is? It's now. It's always now. You just need to learn how to buy them correctly. Go to investorschooling.com and sign up for a complimentary class this Thursday night and learn how to buy investment properties and make money every time. That's right. That's what we teach. We teach how to buy investment properties and make money every time. Go to investorschooling.com and RSVP right now. Take a class this Thursday night at 7 o'clock. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Don't go through life ignorant about how to become a millionaire. Learn how to invest in real estate, the stock market, precious metals, and learn from an expert. At Investor Schooling, we teach these things and more. We only provide education, and we will teach you how to leverage real estate, how to leverage the stock market, and how to leverage precious metals to make more money than you've ever made before. Go to investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday. We will see you there. investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com.
Hello there. To follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Kayal and Company, live here on a Wednesday morning. It's Nick, Dawn, and Greg, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app. You can watch the show live on YouTube, youtube.com/@1210WPHT. Cut sheet coming up at 7:45, but as we usually do the day after, the morning after a debate, we will weave in some of the highlights before we get to the cut sheet as we continue this morning. Tony Bruno coming up at 8:30, our veteran spotlight at 9:30. Dawn Stensland, your takeaways, observations, reactions, all of the generic questions you ask, like a lame headline on MSNBC.com. Dawn, what were your top 5 takeaways from last night?
My top, number one, the moderators suck. They sucked.
Yeah, they are pretty bad.
They were just an embarrassing non-presence. Nora O'Donnell with her little climate change commentary as the number 2, and she took a tragedy, an historic storm that has swept through and devastated 6 states in our nation, and that is deadly, and the death toll is rising. They're searching for bodies as we speak. And to spin that deadly, historic storm where people are in crisis, they don't have power, they're trying to rush supplies to them and food, and to spin that into climate change.
But kudos to JD. He spun it right back with a great answer on clean energy, right?
He did.
You know, making it an America first thing. It's much dirtier in these other countries. Yeah, I thought he was great when he's like, well, look, we all want cleaner water and cleaner air, and here's how we do it. He was prepared prepared for that. I'm telling you, he was very bright. But to your point, yes, what a disgrace. I don't think they were as bad as ABC, but they clearly were not as good as CNN.
They're just like puppets. And you could tell from the first 30 seconds of it where there was obviously a technical glitch. They didn't know who to go to.
Right.
And Margaret Brennan was just sitting there nodding her head.
I know.
I'm like, you dumb puppet, say something.
Yeah.
Say something.
Yep.
This is TV.
Yes.
Like, I'm so tired of these stiff wooden, like, and let's, over to you. How do you think, like, just have a conversation.
Yep.
Just have a conversation.
You're
Throw out
right.
the questions. Let them debate.
Yep.
And then be done with it.
I've got a follow up to what Dawn is talking about with the moderators, but continue, Dawn. I'll get to that in a little bit.
Yeah, so the bottom line is they were robotic. I mean, we talk about AI. They make the case that AI would have been better. You know what I mean? It was embarrassing.
Yep.
As far as J.D. Vance, I thought, hands down, I thought that most notably, he has been painted as some monster. He's a bad guy. Oh, he's extreme. He's the boogeyman, whatever. He was so compassionate, and so he just exuded this warmth. And there were points where, Tim Walz talked about the fact that his 17-year-old son apparently witnessed some kind of a gunman at a community center. And every time Tim Walz was bringing up something, whether it was his own son or whether it was Tim Walz bringing up different women impacted by the abortion issue, and Tim Walz was bringing up these names as of different people to sort of humanize the issue he had memorized this.
Mm-hmm.
When you went to J.D. Vance, first of all, he said, Tim, I wasn't aware that your 17-year-old son, I'm so sorry that happened.
Mm-hmm.
When Tim Walz talked about a woman named Amber who suffered sepsis and, during a botched abortion and was bleeding or whatever, she needed a procedure, had to travel 600 miles and died. J.D. Vance said, Amber should be alive today. He was so compassionate, and that's normal. If somebody told you a story about somebody going 600 miles because of whatever happened with these stupid doctors who didn't save a woman's life, which I always question these stories, but the human reaction is, OMG, that's horrible.
Yep.
So he was just so human and normal in those reactions and just compassionate.
Yep.
And even with the abortion issue in general, because obviously he is someone who is a pro-life person through and through. When he stated, hey, Republicans need to do better on this issue and we need to listen, again, it was just human. It was fantastic. And so there were some issues where he was able to, yes, turn that around and explain the context for everything. I would submit to you, in many instances, when he explained energy, when he explained the economy, when he explained the Trump plan to turn around the economy, I thought he actually did it, in many cases, better than Trump does.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I look, there was just so many moments last night where J.D. Vance, at just barely 40 years old, came off like the polished veteran, and 60-year-old Tim Walz looked like a guy who was in over his head. And my wife even said to me, because she actually tolerated the first 35 or 40 minutes of it, and she texted me, she goes, "This guy's the governor of Minnesota?" I said, yeah, I wouldn't trust this guy if he was the commissioner of Bluebell. Like, he just seems like a guy that's way in over his head for the title that he has. And I'm sitting there, and I actually said this to myself, just like mumbling. I'm like, man, thank God Kamala Harris did not select Josh Shapiro, because you want to talk about a really great battle of wits and personality meets substance. You would have had J.D. Vance and Josh Shapiro. We'd be arguing all morning long over who won. It probably would have came down to a coin flip. This, to me, was a unanimous TKO where every single judge out there with their scorecard should be saying J.D. Vance won. Now, does it matter? Does it have any impact on November 5th? That's the ultimate question. I don't know that it does. I'd like to think that it does. But if you were one of these people that were kind of on the fence last night and maybe leaning towards Trump, but you're of the belief that I just can't deal with the drama, I'm tired of the name calling. Again, all the stuff that doesn't bother me that turns some people off. Maybe you sat there and you said, boy, I'll tell you what, maybe Trump did get me results. I'll just block out the noise for 4 years. And maybe that's the guy that America needs for another 4 years or another 8 years. And I said this in the big take, and this is not to be this is because you got the pro DeSantis crowd, and I'm still a DeSantis fan, but this is where I think Vance is a little bit better than DeSantis. DeSantis and Vance are both Ivy League guys, great speakers. I think can get things done and accomplished. But DeSantis is a little bombastic. Like, remember, he was like the Diet Coke to Trump's Coke, is what Piers Morgan called him. And the grating voice is a little annoying. I mean it. Like, J.D. Vance, tell me last night, how great would, and this is an idea, how great would J.D. Vance be for Pints and Politics? Could you imagine J.D. Vance sitting out on the stage with either Rich or Dom or Dawn and myself and just talking about stories? J.D. Vance is a storyteller. I think Trump is a good storyteller, but I said this months ago when we were looking for a vice president. Remember, we had the Veep sweeps, and it was, well, is it Byron Donalds? Well, he has to move out of Florida. Can't have two guys from the same state. And we said, give me somebody the opposite of Trump that's a great storyteller. J.D. Vance is a storyteller, and there's no doubt. Think about that. Go back to the beginning of last night. The first topic was the Middle East. And he got to the answer. He got to the substance. But what did he do? He said, you know what? He thought like a brand manager in radio that just puts together a new show. Hey, nobody knows who the hell you are. Why don't you introduce yourself? He introduced himself to America, and he did it while still taking I believe, scripted, deliberate swipe at Kamala Harris. He dropped the middle class, working class line. He took her line and shoved it right up where the sun doesn't shine. I thought that was brilliant last night. And he wasn't looking for a rim shot or any acknowledgement. He just weaved it in there seamlessly. I'm telling you, he came up roses. He came up aces last night, I think.
Yeah, I think that it's, first of all, you saw the J.D. Vance, if you read the book, Hillbilly Elegy, if you watched the movie, then you saw this piece of his personality. He's a great writer. You saw his humanity. You saw how humble he is, but at the same time, he went on to go to Yale Law School. And you saw the Yale debate team or whatever he was on. Mm-hmm. So you saw all of that. And so his humility and his common sense way of explaining things was brilliant. So I think that for J.D. Vance, he made advances, in my humble opinion, with women and just with people who would want to watch that and say, well, geez, this guy, he explained these things. He was kind. He was respectful, extremely respectful, likable. They shook hands after.
Yeah.
So I thought that he by just being himself refuted any of that. I will say that as far as the moderators, at one point when he was trying to explain after the Ohio situation, talking about the Haitian migrant situation there,
yep,
they actually clipped his mic.
I know, that was so infuriating.
That was a very bad moment. They were doing, to me, it was truly 3 against 1 with J.D. Vance. He still won the debate.
Yep.
And as far as, and I'll just say this because I've said it before, anybody can look up the Born Alive Infants Protection Act, Born Alive Infants Protection Act, which up until 2023, up until a year ago, was a law in Minnesota, Born Alive Infants Protection Act.
Yep.
Okay. So it said that no matter what the instance, if a baby is born alive, that you must do everything in your power as a physician, nurse, medical professional to then treat that baby and save that baby and treat them. In 2023, a year ago, Governor Tim Walz signed into law the repeal of the Born Alive Infants Protection Act. J.D. Vance correctly quoted that act, which says that even during a botched procedure of an abortion, if that newborn is born alive, that doctors can lift their hands and not do anything. That is what it says. You can look it up yourself. It is a law in Minnesota. But what you can no longer look up is how many times does that happen. Because within the law, it states that the Minnesota Department of Health no longer must report how many times that happens. So the last time that it happened, we know there were 6. There were 6 babies born alive after a botched abortion procedure in Minnesota, and the doctors just didn't have to do anything, and then that resulted in the death of the infant. That was the last time they reported it. Now they don't have to report the stats. And so my question is, with this, why is it that the news media is so interested in just not saying what it is? I mean, who's the comedian? Bill Burr.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? He says, hey, look, you have the right, you have pro-choice, you have the right to do what you got to do. But they don't want to say what this is. And my question is, why?
Yeah.
It's in the law.
Yep.
Read the law.
Well, there's a clip out there from CNN last night in their post-debate analysis where CNN tried to go down the road you're going. I don't know, Phil, if maybe you can find it, but Scott Jennings, the former Bush administration official, the Republican on the CNN panel, absolutely torched them and fact-checked them on all of that. So that's great. You know, you talk about moderator malpractice. You mentioned climate change with the hurricane, with the crisis going on in the South. That was great from you to highlight that. Also, the muting of the microphones, which we were told would not happen, and the fact-checking, where that was the second instance of moderator malpractice. I want to go to the third one, and this really got under my skin with the way, I don't know if it was Nora or Margaret that asked the question, but it was in regards to the border and the way these questions are worded. I thought this came off a loaded question to tug at heartstrings, as opposed to just getting down to, as what Kamala Harris would say, is the root cause of the problem. I believe we have this question. This is the one that I have an issue with. Let's play this question.
Senator Vance, your campaign is pledging to carry out the largest mass deportation plan in American history and to use the U.S. military to do so. Could you be more specific about exactly how this will work? For example, would you deport parents who have entered the U.S. illegally and separate them from any of their children who were born on U.S. soil? You have 2 minutes.
So I have no problem with the first half. The second half, with where it begins of, for example, would you deport parents that are here illegally, even though they have had children here that are legal residents? I don't know if I'm overreacting, but Dawn, to me, that is, you're seeing the bias and you're getting a slant of, hey, let's try to tug at heartstrings here of, oh my God, God forbid we deport a parent who broke the law, but, you know, had a child here legally, and God forbid you separate parent from child, presumably an infant or a toddler. To me, the question is very simple. You give out the numbers, 15 million, whatever that number is. And I have no problem with the first half. Mass deportation. How do you plan to implement that? Do you plan to finish the wall? You can frame it a million ways. And that's the avenue she decided to take. That shows the lack of impartiality.
Yeah. Every question pretty much was framed in that way. You know, would you separate?
Right.
Would you separate them? And think about this, that they chose, those moderators chose not to bring up a major strike here on the East Coast and in the Gulf of Mexico, impacting 45,000 union workers, including here in Philadelphia, and you include the union workers and their families impacted by this, but the rest of the country impacted by this, because these are the people who are the dock workers, for example, the union that unloads all the stuff so that it can then travel to our homes, and could have a massive impact on our economy and every single American. They chose not to ask a question about that breaking news story that the strikes just started yesterday, but instead they chose to talk about something that happened, more than 3.8 years ago, January 6th.
Yeah.
So they chose January 6th over a major breaking story that impacts every single American and tens of thousands of union workers. That's their bias.
Phil, can you cue up cut 8 here? This is to your point, Nick. She asked the first half of the question and then asked the the second part of the question, which was separating the mothers from their children. Vance went in and didn't answer that question. She went back and asked a second time. This is cut 8, Phil. If you have this, can you roll it?
The question was, will you separate parents from their children, even if their kids are U.S. citizens? You have 1 minute.
Margaret, my point is that we already have massive child separations thanks to Kamala Harris's open border. And I didn't accuse Kamala Harris of inviting drug mules. I said that she enabled the Mexican drug cartels to operate freely in this country. And we know that they use children as drug mules. And it is a disgrace, and it has to stop. Look, I think what Tim said just doesn't pass the smell test. For 3 years, Kamala Harris went out bragging that she was going to undo Donald Trump's border policy. She did exactly that. We had a record number of illegal crossings. We had a record number of fentanyl coming into our country. And now that she's running for president, or a few months before, she says that somehow she got religion and cared a lot about a piece of legislation. The only thing that she did when she became the vice president, when she became the appointed border czar, was to undo 94 Donald Trump executive actions that opened the border. This problem is leading to massive problems in the United States of America. Parents who can't afford health care, schools that are overwhelmed. It's got to stop, and it will when Donald Trump is president
Senator,
again.
your time is up.
And here's the reality. Here's how I would have answered it. The reality is you don't have to worry about that unfathomable scenario of parent separated from child if parent doesn't come here and break the law and enter illegally with the assistance of our elected leaders and our non-elected bureaucrats that allow this to happen. We don't have to get to B if we don't allow A, right? Like, that's just simple, logic right there. It's just so frustrating. You're right. And which one is the one on the way out that's not getting their contract renewed?
Nora.
Yeah.
She was the one on the left, right?
By the way,
she was the one in blue.
They look kind of identical. I'm not trying to say, Dawn, that all middle-aged women look the same. That would be sexist.
All white women.
All white women. But
white women
I mean,
look the same.
They kind of. I know, because I follow this stuff closely. I know who those two are, and I was like, wait, which one is that? Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, it's low energy. Just get off my television.
The whole debate last night to me was just very. I don't know. I agree. J.D. Vance won that debate last night, but yeah. I don't.
But I do think it was refreshing to see the different tone of the setting, right?
I can almost guarantee you that most people didn't get through 20 minutes of that debate.
But you know what then? Okay, so here's my problem with that then.
Yeah.
For all of the people that are, I'm so tired of the dog and pony show and the theater and the wrestling.
They're really not.
Okay, so
really not.
You got substance last night and you're still not happy. That's like somebody listening to a radio show saying, I want an entertainer. And then you get an entertainer and you say, I want nuts and bolts. And then you get nuts and bolts and you're like, I'm so bored with this show. Well, which one do you want? You get both here on this show, but I'm just saying. Here's my thing with the headlines and the takeaways. This is what I said to Dawn in the beginning of the show. CNN.com, front page, takeaways from the Vance-Walz debate. By the way, split screen, dual headlines next to Israel and Iran. ABCnews.com, fact-checking Tim Walz and J.D. Vance's VP debate. CBS News, VP debate highlights from the Walz-Vance showdown. MSNBC, Walz and Vance clash over immigration, abortion, and Trump. Not one of those networks right there with a pro-Vance headline because Vance won, nor did they try to spin Tim Walz winning. And I go back to what I said, and I checked all the websites this morning, and I had to see Politico. It's a site we use a lot. To their credit, they do have some good writers, even though I might disagree with the slant. Politico's headline, it was a very Midwestern debate, and Vance won. If I was in a coma last night, and I got home from the hospital at 3 a.m, and I didn't know the debate happened, and I was trying to get a recap, and I saw Politico, I'd be like, okay, Vance won.
I don't know if it changed minds, though, because here's the thing. You guys can say what you want to, but according to polls, Vance is very unliked in this country. Yep. Very unliked.
Because of the way the media has painted him.
I'm just telling you that he's very unliked.
Yep.
So did that change people's minds, or did he come across a little too slick? and polished and know all the answers?
It's a good question, because now he's totally different than Vivek Ramaswamy. But remember what I've said many, many, many times, especially during the whole primary season. I said, Vivek almost seems too good to be true, doesn't he? Sounds like a guy that's got everything memorized in a different way, because Kamala Harris is a memorizer as well, although she just doesn't relay what she memorizes well. You know, Vivek's got it all figured out, right? Vance is the same way, but I think, I will say this, I think Vance comes off, and I know we have a lot of Vivek fans, and I'm a Vivek fan as well. I think Vance is more authentic than Vivek.
Vance is.
I buy Vance more than I do Vivek.
Yeah,
and I like Vivek.
Well, here's the. Last night they all, like, both him and Walls talk so fast, and it's just like I know they were under time constraints, but you're kind of watching that. You're like, I don't know what he just said.
Really?
And maybe yes.
I watched the whole thing. I watched the whole thing live.
Yep.
I did not think that my takeaway from it was both of them were extremely respectful.
Yes.
And there was a warmth between them.
Agreed. And at the end, by the way, did you see they both
talked?
They brought their wives in.
Yeah.
They introduced their wives to one another.
Yep.
It was kind of refreshing to see.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
But I thought J.D. Vance, to watch it live, I thought that I didn't think he came across as slick. I actually thought that he was what takes you back is how human he is, how compassionate he is. That's really a takeaway there, that he took time out of because he only had a minute to respond or 2 minutes. He actually took time out in those moments to say, Tim, I'm sorry to hear about your son, or to reference something that Tim talked about. And then he would go into what he said. Yep. So I didn't think, what was, the funny line the one funny line that Chris Christie had about Vivek was that he was chat GBT or whatever. Remember that?
Yeah.
But I didn't think that he came off as a chatbot because he was so compassionate and just in those moments, natural and human.
Mm-hmm. 855-839-1210 if you want to jump in. We'll come back. We'll get to all of your calls after Dawn's news, and then also a little bit on Israel and Iran, as well as what's going on with this back-to-back proposal of 60-minute interviews with Donald Trump and Kamala Harris. Is last night the last that we will see and hear from these people on the national stage, short of rallies and a few interviews? We're back after this with hour number 2.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/rain to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. So you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/rain. That's leaffilter.com/rain.
The following is a paid commercial message.
Bob Casey supported radical sanctuary city policies, and Casey said,
I want to be held accountable if something doesn't work out well.
Casey's sanctuary city policies haven't worked out well. They release dangerous illegal immigrants onto our streets. In fact, Casey's sanctuary city policies released one illegal immigrant felon in Philadelphia who then raped a 5-year-old Pennsylvania girl. Casey made us all less safe. Casey not only supports these crazy policies that put convicted felons back on our streets, he'd make things even worse. Casey voted to give illegals with violent criminal records amnesty. Casey supported amnesty even for illegals convicted of domestic violence and child abuse. Rewarding illegals convicted of domestic violence and child abuse? It's insane.
I want to be held accountable.
It's time to hold Casey accountable. It's time for a change. It's time to fire Bob Casey. Senate Leadership Fund paid for and is responsible responsible for the content of this advertising. Not authorized by any candidate or candidates committee. SenateLeadershipFund.org.
The Crash Proof Retirement Show will air before and after Penn State football this Saturday. Tune in at 11 a.m., then again right after the game to learn how to create your own Crash Proof Retirement game plan.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Don't miss the Education Show with Dom Giordano every Sunday morning at 5:30. Find out how you can help your child or grandchild succeed. Sponsored by New Hope Academy.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Space may be the final frontier, but it's also what a lot of us lack in our basement or garage. By switching to a Navien tankless water heater, not only will you have all the hot water you need whenever you need it, but you'll gain storage area as well. Maybe a place to display your space collectibles. Highly logical. Learn about Navien's series of high-efficiency tankless water heaters and how they don't just save space, but save dollars on your utility bills too. For more, go to tanklessmadesimple.com.
Uh-oh, Brad's buzzed.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, he's starting with the woots. And now a speech.
I just want to say that friendship is about heart and brain. Who's with me?
Good thing is, he knows when he's buzzed.
And my brain is saying, when it's time to go home, somebody call me a ride.
Love that guy.
Me too.
Know your buzzed warning signs? Call for a ride when it's time to go home. Buzz driving is drunk driving. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Hey, Mount Laurel. We know your favorite station is WPHT. Tell your smart speaker to play 1210 WPHT.
Just as I thought it was going alright, I found out I'm wrong when I thought it was right. It's always the same, it's just a shame, that's all. I could say day and you'd say night. Tell me it's black when I know that it's white. Always the same, it's just a shame, and that's all.
7:01, hour number 2 underway here on a Wednesday morning. It is Kayal and Company, Nick, Dawn, and Greg on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. The cut sheet coming up 7:45. Tony Bruno at 8:30. Our veteran spotlight at 9:30. 855-839-1210 is how you jump in if you want to give your thoughts and opinions on what you saw last night in the Veep debate or anything else in the world of news. A lot of big stories that we are discussing. Of course, the escalation in the Middle East as Iran launching, I think I read yesterday, close to 200 missiles into Israel. Also, we've been discussing the last day or so, the whole dock strike with these workers, which, by the way, Stalker, I know you mentioned yesterday, and it was just on like the Indeed posting where these people are offered $13 to $20 an hour. Again, you take this for what it's worth. I got a tweet yesterday saying that some of the veterans that have been working in those positions along the docks along the East Coast, they make roughly $137,000 a year. So I don't know if that's true. It seems like a big discrepancy between $20 an hour.
Well, I think that there's separate, like with most union jobs, you start off at a certain thing, and if you're there long enough, you get, a lot of money. So, or, more money. So I think that, I'm sure there are some that make that, but I would guess that the majority of them don't.
Yeah. We had a guy that was on the phone earlier in the first hour that we weren't able to get to, and he wanted to weigh in on what some of the top people make. And I'm guessing that if that 137 is accurate, that those top bosses are probably making $200-300 a year.
Well, can I play, since actually, are you going to do the dock workers update in your news, Dawn?
I can.
Because if you are, I want to play the president.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah, let's get to that. All right, 7:03. Let's get to the news, round number 2. And it's the great Dawn Stensland.
And good morning, Kayal and Company News Live this Wednesday morning, October the 2nd. So the port strike has frozen shipping. I'll lead with it since you want to play the audio. The port strike, which obviously there are hundreds of workers here in South Philadelphia who've been on the picket line, started in the wee hours of yesterday morning, and this is East Coast and the Gulf of Mexico. This is the Longshoremen's Union walkout. It follows last-minute efforts, we're told, by the White House to try to avert the strike. That's one headline here. But now it has frozen shipping and the unloading of all of the goods that we have. That's why they were rushing to do so on Monday. So 45,000 in all of these dock workers launched the strike at ports all along the East Coast here, Gulf of Mexico. And this now is stranding all of the stacks of these huge shipping containers out on the docks and idling ships outside harbors. This is a threat to the economy, and just 5 weeks before the election.
So this is the ILA president, Harold Daggett, who is just I mean,
piece of work.
There's no redeeming quality about this guy, in my opinion.
Okay.
Just by his tone and what he says he calls out the Fox News reporter. Phil, can you start with cut 3 here?
What is the number? What are you demanding?
We want $5 across the board for 6 years or better.
That's around.
And there's a lot more on the back end of our contract to make it stronger with automation, stronger words for new technology. We don't ever want to see an automation pier put over here in the United States.
We want our royalty back.
Yeah, and our container royalty. We want it all back to the men where it belongs.
The White House has been involved over the weekend. The past
Secretary of Labor Julie Su has been terrific. She's knocking down doors. She's trying to stop this. She's trying to get us to a media where we can have a fair negotiations. It's the companies that don't want to. They don't want to sit here and be fair. So that's why we're out here fighting for our livelihood.
What more from the automation do you want? What more protections could there be?
What more?
Yeah, they have language in there now.
Not strong enough, because what happens is they come in with new technology. We just caught them in Mobile, Alabama, called Autogate, and that means the trucks are coming in and they're already checked in somewhere else and not using the checkers in the ILA. Circumventing the contract. They don't care. They don't care. It's not fair. And if we don't put our foot down now, they would like to run over us, and we're not going to allow that.
You are going to grind the economy to a halt here on the East Coast and the Gulf Coast.
No, not us. They are. Don't spin it now, because you're Fox News. They're going to drive it.
Are you worried?
They're going to drive it.
Are you?
You know, the reality is this.
What an unlikable.
Oh, I know. What's his name? Harold Daggett?
Daggett, yeah.
Looks like Santa. It looks like Santa Claus and Tim Walz had a love child, and out came Harold Daggett.
He's about 2 years away from a heart attack.
He is. You think he likes his cholesterol and his breakfast in the morning?
By the way, it's being reported, that this union boss makes about $1 million a year, so he's not exactly struggling.
No.
You know what I mean?
Not
Unlike
at
his constituents there.
Yep. This is not good news, though, for the Harris-Walz-Biden administration and ticket. We say, what's the October surprise? It's not really one, but you have the hurricane disaster, you have the ports, and then, of course, you have the Middle East.
But you see what's happening right now in Florida and North Carolina and Georgia, and like these guys they're messing with supplies that could really save lives. And they don't, all because what? They want an 80% raise and they don't want automation? Like, dude, it's not 1955 anymore. I'm sorry.
Mm-hmm.
Get with it. Get with the times.
Well, Harold Daggett, who you just played, the president of the union, he says that they want their share, their fair share.
Their fair share.
He says
Where have we heard that before?
He says he wants the share of, quote, hundreds of billions of dollars in profits that these operators have made in recent years. And especially they say that they weren't able to zoom it in. They worked through the pandemic, and they want their fair share. So
I just, whatever happened to, hey, you know what? You're not paying me what I want to be paid. So, like, I'll go across the street or I'll take another job that's going to pay me what I think I'm worth, and then go back to your union or your employer and say, hey, this company is willing to pay me X. Will you pay me X?
Right, well,
if that person is good or competent enough, the company will probably say yes.
Right.
Or you know what? Not at this time, and then that person goes elsewhere.
Right.
Like that's how you. That's why these people that hide behind these unions. It's just it's cowardice. It's like, well, we will strike.
Yep.
Well, what about everybody else?
Yep.
Who can't strike?
Yep. Yep. I look at this and look. Do I like this whole AI concept and automation? No, because I actually agree with Elon Musk. You could have robots do it, but the robots don't put money back into the economy, right? So you can save all that money, but you're not going to get it pumped back into the open market of purchasing stuff. But this guy you're right. He comes off like a total jagaloon, and I'd love to know what he's already making. Again, I'm a capitalist. Get whatever you can.
Whatever you can.
But to your point, you have to have leverage to come back and demand something like that. You got to have somebody else that's bidding for your services. Is somebody else going to be bidding for his services?
No.
Yeah, I think that as far as that goes, I think the Ukraine money. I think everybody's just saying, "I want Ukraine money," no matter who you are. And so,
good point.
The bottom line here is, you're looking at, the government seems to be doling out all of this money. And every time Zelensky comes, he gets another wad of billions.
Yep.
I'm really serious here. I think that that's a game changer. But I also think if I'm a union president, and I know that we have a major election in little over a month, I'm making my play. Now this Daggett fellow, he met with Trump at Mar-a-Lago, by the way, last fall, 90-minute meeting. Let's notice who's very silent about this. You don't see Trump talking about this at all.
No.
Yep.
Because this is a disaster for the Biden administration.
This is why I said earlier in the first hour, if I'm Trump and Vance, I'm just sitting back right now. The world is burning, right? We got all sorts of chaos and hell breaking loose in every sector, in every community, in every country, in every industry. Like, legitimately, if you're Harris and Walz and Biden, I mean, these other nations think that we don't have a president right now. Like, our president's on vacation. He's out to lunch. And we won't have one again until post-November 5th and pre-January 21st. If the polls are accurate, if Kamala's internal numbers are as bad as some people say they are, and if Trump's internals are as good as they claim they are, you know what? You don't need to do 60 Minutes. You don't need to do anything. Just let these people keep messing around and throwing gas on the fire.
Exactly. And I will say this, that they haven't really negotiated face-to-face since sometime in June. So if I'm looking at this and I'm saying, why did you allow this disaster now to come down to a deadline a month before the election? What was happening in June? Oh, yeah. There was a debate where Biden needed, more than a week to do debate prep. Then there was a debate in late June. Remember this? The White House was so distracted with politics and campaigning. They were so distracted with booting Biden and throwing him under the bus and bringing on the vice president and then kicking off a brand new campaign and pulling off that miracle. You know what? They weren't watching. They weren't watching this. And so this is on them because this needed to be solved last June.
And
here it is in our faces. As we're speaking in South Philadelphia and across the East Coast, there are all these huge containers just stacking up with items.
One more, and then you can move on to the next story. This is cut 4, Phil, if you can roll cut 4.
Are you worried that this
They
strike...
have the capital to settle this thing.
Are you worried that this strike is going to hurt the everyday American, the farmers that need to reach the export market? They're telling me that they're going to hurt through all
Now you
of this.
start to realize who the longshoremen are, right?
Nobody cares.
People never gave a about us until now, when they finally realized that the chain is being broke now. Cars won't come in. Food won't come in. Clothing won't come in. You know how many people depend on our jobs? Half the world. And it's time for them and time for Washington to put so much pressure on them to take care of us, because we took care of them. And we're here 135 years and brought them where they are today, and they don't want to share.
See, so I think he's like my Uncle Artie. I think he's fighting for his guys, and he's looking out. Everybody else gets, now you tip, you don't tip any 15, 20. Now you tip 22%, 25%. What he's saying is everybody else, including Ukraine, including every other job, that's all we hear about is how much money everybody else gets. These guys are hardworking guys. They work with their hands. They work with their backs, their bodies.
I actually agree with you.
He's fighting the fight here.
Here's where I agree with you is...
From his standpoint, Greg...
Here's where I do think they have leverage. We do not have a great economy. So we can ill afford to have this further devastate the working class person. Those of us that are living paycheck to paycheck, those of us that got, like a 2% raise, but inflation is this and the cost of living is 22%. This guy, I actually think they have a little bit of leverage here.
They have a ton of leverage.
Because they could totally I saw videos yesterday. Now, they could be fake from social media or from, 2 years ago or during the pandemic, but people were showing videos on TikTok that I saw on X of people loading up on stuff in stores because they feel like, well, if I wait 10 days, that thing could be 40% more.
Let me ask you guys a question. The police union and stuff like that. I'm sure there's a lot of guys there that don't get paid what they think they should get paid. Do you think police unions and police officers have a right to go on strike?
I think they have a right to get a higher salary for sure.
I agree with you, Nick. I agree with both of you. I think that people should get paid with whatever they are worth and whatever they, the market deems that they are worth. Mm-hmm. But all I'm saying is that if you have an essential job like this that's going to basically cripple the economy or cripple, life, you shouldn't be able to strike. You should have to work it out in some.
I don't disagree with that.
So if once again we can say if Donald J. Trump, and by the way, Daggett and Trump both from Queens. I mean, I think they get each other, and so trust me, if Donald J. Trump were president, do you really think that he would get played like Biden Kamala Harris?
The other day, he never paid overtime and he wouldn't pay it. So
so Trump would have started negotiating back in June as president. He would have forced this negotiation. He would have never allowed, because this guy Daggett, we're all getting played. I mean, he's playing it perfectly. Don't be fooled by this guy. He's playing this perfectly because he knows that that Biden Harris are worried about losing the vote of 47,000 union members. Biden has Kamala Harris, Vice President Harris, and President Joe Biden right now, this moment, they have the power to just invoke an issue where they can invoke this and say, nope, you are a critical worker. You must come back to work right now. They can invoke that. They're not doing it. Well, obviously, they're not doing it because of the election.
If the reports are true that this guy or this group, this union worker, if the reports are accurate that they were rejected or they were offered but rejected a 50-some% raise because they want 80%. Then I'm actually in Greg's camp here of dude, I'm sorry. I know you wanted 80%, but I think every American right now that's living paycheck to paycheck, if they were offered a 50% raise, they'd probably take it.
100%. 100%. It's not like they're being offered nothing. Right. It's our way or the highway. You get nothing. They're being offered a raise, and it's not enough.
Which, to your point, I mean, if we talk about the cost of living and inflation versus these little ridiculous raises that don't even cover a celery stalk at the grocery store, well, he was offered 2%. Yeah, well, if everything's 20%, I'm still working at an 18% deficit. 50% is going to cover the cost of living rises over the last 4 years. And then some on top.
I am Mr. Blue Collar. I was raised in a blue collar family. I have blue collar. Trust me, I feel the pain of these workers. I'm just saying that it is it's not like they're not being offered anything. It's at some point you have to say, okay, you know what? This raise is good, but it's not great. I'm leaving. Yeah. And do something else.
Well, but here's where I do agree with Dawn as far as waiting for this thing to boil up and bubble over and just explode. I hate when people wait until the 23rd hour to address something. Like, Dawn, you're talking about this could have been addressed in June, but of course the power brokers that be were too distracted over Biden pooping himself on TV on June 27th. Why don't you address something? Why don't you be I like proactive people. I don't like reactive people. It's well, I had all day to take the garbage out and then I waited until the garbage man pulled into my driveway. No, why don't you get that garbage out 4 hours earlier, Skip? But to your point, I agree.
Part of this as well is that when you look at the dock workers, I'm just going to say this, when you look up these salaries and they're saying that the average dock worker makes about $100K a year here on the East Coast, that is with significant or substantial overtime hours. So these guys, this is a physical job. They work their keisters off, and this is hard work. Okay. And so what they're saying is the average on the East Coast makes about $39 an hour. On the West Coast, where there's not a strike right now, they make on average $55 an hour. And so I'm just simply saying this, that Mr. Daggett has played politics very well to represent his union. And so hats off to him. No, believe me, I understand that it sucks. And this will, and as we speak, TikTok is going to create an emergency situation in our country. But as far as Daggett, he played this administration and he played politics beautifully. It shows once again a failure by this president and vice president, a failure to recognize that and not get the deal done in June. Democrats too distracted with politics, so They thought they played everybody so well in their sneaky little slip of hand to slip in the vice president and re-energize the Democrat Party. Mm-hmm. Well, here you go. This could cost you the election.
Yeah, we've had to live through these two buffoons for the last 4 years. So if the world burns even further for the next 34 days, I'll be that diabolical guy, and I'll just say it. I couldn't care less. If this is another reason that leads to them not being reelected, great. Like, it's, the cost, all of this. You know what? If everything goes up another 14%, I'll suck it up for the next month as long as Harris and Walz are denied being elected.
A lot of people are saying that it's not about the money. It's really about the automation. I get it. But that's the future. So you can't be in a job and pretend like the job that you're doing for 50 years is going to be around for 50 years. It's just not, it's not how life works. So you have to say, hey, you know what? Maybe like my job could be replaced by this, that, and the other. Reinvent yourself. Try and do something else. Try and make yourself expendable to said company or said union instead of just saying, you know what? I don't like what they're going to do. I'm walking out. That's not how you handle things. That's not how you handle life. None of us would handle life like that. We don't just say, you know what? My wife gave me a hard time last night. I'm walking out. I'm leaving. Mm-hmm. Like, that's not how you handle life. It shouldn't be how you handle your job either.
Yeah.
Well, Mr. Daggett, if I'm one of those 47,000 union workers, I'm thinking Harry Daggett, he just played America. He just played every politician, every major Democrat, the current administration. He played this beautifully.
Harry
he
Daggett.
really did.
Let's go, Harry.
All right, we are way over.
Just to let you know.
By the way, still the news.
Right now, Vice President Harris, President Biden could right now, this moment, invoke emergency powers and end this strike right now. They could do that. I'm just going to point that out to you.
Okay.
By the way, federal inmate number 77031-066, John Doherty. He is right now is spending his first full day at a federal correctional institution, Lewisburg, Pennsylvania. Starts serving his 6-year sentence on bribery and embezzlement charges. 64 years old, larger than life, larger than life character here in Philadelphia.
Yep.
And so he's now a federal correctional inmate.
I've walked through those grounds of that correctional facility. Know it well.
EKZ writes, all of a sudden Greg's a union negotiator. Yeah, actually, I am in a union, so F you. I'm a capitalist and a corporate whore. Thank you. Thank you very much. Stop.
I'll just headline it for you that our Phils, we know that game time, so home advantage this Saturday as we watch the other teams, the playoffs continue. But this is nice for the Phils because they get to sit back, relax, rest up.
There you go.
And so we're going to see 4:08 Saturday and Sunday, Citizens Bank Park. Red October is coming to Philadelphia this weekend. Beautiful weekend ahead, by the way. We're in the mid to upper 70s throughout the rest of the week and partly to mostly sunny skies. Kayal and Company News Live.
Thank you very much, Dawn. Chris Eppolito saying on Twitter that the Twitter X, the union boss was on video there at the dock saying the real number is 61.5% to settle, not 77%. Also, that increase is over 6 or 7 years, not immediately. I do recall in that clip saying they wanted it backloaded or strong at the back end.
Sure.
Which I'm all for a strong back end.
Okay.
Baby got back.
By the way, for everybody too, we covered the debate in the first hour. We will get back to it. Everybody's like, for the people tuning in about the debate,
right?
We have it all covered here.
I vote for Harry Daggett.
Yes.
I can't believe you. Honestly, I can't believe you guys are on his side with this.
It's not that I'm on his side.
We just recognize.
I understand what he's fighting for. Although I do think, if you're offered a 50% raise and you say no, it's like, well, I'm sorry, dude. This is what I offer. You don't like it, leave, right?
Yes.
Nobody's forcing you to stay here.
Yes.
I remember when I was in radio at the sports station down the street a decade ago. It wasn't over money, but another employee didn't like some direction that we were going in, and the boss was like, if you don't like it, there's the door.
Yes.
This world of I got to have everything I demand. And look, I'm all for people getting theirs, but sometimes you're offered a pretty good offer and you want more. Well, then you roll the dice, and they might tell you to take a hike, Skip.
Yeah.
What are you going to do? But I know this is much more complicated than that with unions and politics and everything in play. I don't know that there's an easy answer. And I hate to straddle the fence on this one because I'm not necessarily a huge fan of unions. But you know what? I do see where both sides are coming from, what the offer was versus what this guy wants for his people. And I'm very cognizant and aware of those who didn't phone it in and zoom it in when we were all sitting in our houses during 2020.
You know how you make yourself expendable to anybody, whether it's a union or a private company or whatever? You make yourself invaluable to them.
You keep having great month after great month.
I can't imagine doing a job without said employee. That's how you keep your job. That's how you get more money. Or go somewhere else and say this place is going to pay me X. But to walk out on the job because you don't get every little thing you want, it's just it's nauseating, and it's not how we do things here.
Yeah.
Well, guess what? Harry pulled it off because the Biden-Harris administration was not paying attention.
I think Stalker just realizes he can't envision his life at 6 a.m. without Dawn and I bright and early. I think that's really what we're reading between the lines.
I can. This is my family here in the morning, and we're way over, guys.
Yes, we are. We're going to pay some bills.
I said to you yesterday, I'm like, we really have to stay on track today. We really have to stay on track, and we're not.
We were there. Yeah. Until what's his face started talking.
It burns his old droopy nuts.
What's his name? Henry. What's his name? John Daggett?
Harry Daggett.
Henry Daggett.
Phil Daggett.
All the Daggets.
Yeah.
That's with a D, by the way,
Daggett.
folks.
Yeah.
Daggett. Dagnabbit. All right, coming up next, we'll get to your phone calls. I see you on hold. If you're on hold, hang tight. We'll rock your calls on the other side. And then we will get to the cut sheet. Yes, plenty more still ahead on the debate, as well as Iran and Israel. A lot of big stories out there as the world burns. Kayal and Company, back after this.
Yeah, I'm excited. Next week, I'm going to head out to Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding. Need some new windows in the front. Kind of want to change some things up in our home. Just think the world of Mike and Mark Chapman and love the work thus far that they've done in my home. I trust them. And that's important, that you trust somebody who's working on your home more than ever. What about updating that front entry door? What about windows, that bay window, whatever that looks like, the patio doors, and just making your house more user-friendly and thinking about the upcoming holidays, entertaining, or maybe some important, dates that you have coming up. You want to get this on the calendar now. As far as the Chapman family team, they have experienced project consultants that work with you. That's what I love about it. You go in, they'll put it on the computer, and you can kind of actually virtually, they can put it on the computer, and you can see that before and after, what it's going to look like, and all the different choices. That's what I love about it. And they really bring it to life right there. You know exactly what you're getting. You get a write-up of everything, and then you can choose afterwards. Do you want a touch-up? Do you want a carpenter to do a little something extra? That's what it's all about. But everything is up front. Everything is in writing. You discuss everything. You are in the driver's seat here with Chapman. So if you're looking for windows, doors, siding, what about some shutters, all the hardware choices, they really do it all, including stucco remediation. So 610-431-8898. You can text them. You can call. Either way, they're local, they're like-minded, they're listening right now. ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. Take a virtual tour. I love to look at all the before and after photos. ChapmanWindowsDoors.com for all the details. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Honey, is our car still under warranty?
No, not anymore.
My sister just got an extended service plan from Ox Car Care.
Ox Car Care?
Yeah, Ox will cover our repair bills if anything happens to our car, new brakes, a transmission, AC, or engine problems. Plus, Ox Car Care offers free oil changes, tire rotation, and roadside assistance.
Wait a minute, we pay nothing on the repairs? Ox gets it fixed for us? Free oil changes, free tire rotation, and free roadside assistance? What's the number?
800-224-8517. Ox has a 30-day money-back guarantee and an A-plus rating with the Better Business Bureau. They handle their claims from start to finish, unlike other warranty companies. We should call now. 800-224-8517.
The last thing we need is an unexpected car repair bill. I'm calling Ox Car Care now.
Call Ox Car Care for your free quote. 800-224-8517. Ask about senior and military discounts. Don't get stuck with a major car repair bill. Call Ox Car Care, 800-224-8517, or go to oxcarcare.com.
This is Jean Marie Laskus with the podcast Cement City. So there's this election coming up, a big one, and one guy's been indicted. People are talking voter fraud. Democracy itself is on the line. Sound familiar? Well, this isn't that election. This one is in Denora, Pennsylvania, a dying town in the middle of nowhere, where I bought a house and stayed for 3 years. Listen to and follow Cement City, an Odyssey original podcast in partnership with Cement City Productions, available now for free on the Odyssey app and wherever you get your podcasts.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Support the Evesham Township Police Foundation. See Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra at Cherokee High School in Marlton, Saturday, October 26th.
Conklin doing his thing, his best voices, his best shtick. Joe's family is just, they're like back from the Osmonds. They're Osmonds on steroids. They're unbelievable.
They made fun of the Cowboys, though. I've known him for such a long time, but I did not know he could sing like that.
That's Conklin with City Rhythm at Cherokee High School in Marlton, New Jersey, October 26th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. JoeConklin.com!
Tommy! I can't wait for golf this weekend, huh, buddy? Time flies. Love you, man. Oh, don't forget your knee brace again. We aren't in college anymore.
Moments together matter, so help protect yourself from RSV. If you're 75 or older or 60 plus with a chronic condition like asthma, COPD, heart disease, or severe diabetes, you're at higher risk of landing in the hospital from RSV, and there are no prescription RSV treatments. Check eligibility and schedule your RSV vaccine at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
In business, service is everything. Cintas delivers what you need to better serve your customers. Whether it's freshly laundered work apparel for almost any job imaginable, tested and inspected fire protection systems, first aid and safety supplies, on-site AED training, or mops and restroom products, stocked and ready when you need them. Better work days happen together. So visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
This is Dr. Marianne Ritchie. Tune in to Your Radio Doctor every Saturday afternoon at 5 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT for the latest healthcare news and information, because your health is your wealth. That's Your Radio Doctor, Saturdays at 5.
Free speech lives here with Don Stensland, 10 till noon on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
Kayal and Company rolling on live on this Wednesday morning. Tony Bruno, an hour from now, live from Florida. We'll get some first-hand commentary about the aftermaths of what climate change caused if you listen to CBS News last night. We'll get Bruno's take on the debate, Israel-Iran, current Eagles debacle, Phillies playoff baseball. I'm sure Tony Bruno will have thoughts and comments on the passing of Pete Rose. As by the way, there was somebody else yesterday that passed away as well. So everybody just decided to check out in the last 3 days.
Yeah, there's been a lot in the last. John Amos from Coming to America. I mean, he was obviously in Good Times or one of those shows from the 70s, but for us Gen Xers, we remember him from Coming to America with Eddie Murphy.
All right, let's get to your phone calls. 855-839-1210. We've got calls on the debate as well as this union battle. Let me actually start with the union battle since we were just talking about that. John is in Roxborough. John, you go right ahead, sir.
Good morning, guys. Listen, let me start off by saying I support the union brotherhood. Them union guys deserve what they're asking for. And they're not fighting for the money. This ain't about the money. This is about the automation. And I'm going to explain why it's about the automation. During COVID on the West Coast, they busted their humps to keep America running. And then in LA, they went automated. 800 jobs were lost. The tax money went away. Now imagine if they go up and down the East Coast and Gulf Coast and 45,000 jobs are lost. Who's paying them taxes? Who are them taxes going to fall on?
So you're in agreement with Dawn here then?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely. Listen, you might not like this boss's attitude or his gruff, but let me tell you something. He sounds just like DJT. There's no difference here.
He does, and there's no doubt
he's fighting for his men.
Well, and he definitely resonates with his workers, right? Like, there's no doubt they are galvanized and fired up by his presentation that we played for you in that clip, right?
And he's fighting for the jobs. I'm telling you, this ain't about the money. If they drop the automation thing, I guarantee you they go back to work.
So they'll take the 50% raise and no automation.
Yes, and they'll go back to work if there ain't no automation. Because listen, I understand Greg's point too. You should make yourself valuable to the company. But if these guys, this is the only thing many of these guys knew all their lives. Then got their families in there. It's like a family thing. It goes on and on and on. I was in a union. I know how it is.
But isn't that the double-edged sword, though, of, yes, that might be all you know, and that might be your passion, your livelihood, but when you look at it from the boss's perspective, the bosses are like, well, that's kind of a you problem. If that's all you know, if that's your identity, that says more about you than it should about me. Like, if I offered you 50% and you said no, okay, well, then maybe it's not about the money.
The problem is, too, is that, okay, so they come to a deal on automation. They sign, I don't know how long those contracts are. Our union contracts about a year or two.
There's a 6.
So
6-year contracts.
They're 6-year. Wow, Jesus. Okay, yeah. That's a long contract. I mean, I don't see this happening as a no automation. I mean, that's just not. These companies also have to prepare for the future. You know what I mean? And it's just, you're not getting. Yes, I know there's a lot of people that do these jobs, but you're not getting a lot of people that want to continue to do these jobs.
Well, it's because it's backbreaking, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yes, there are a lot of people who this is all they've done. This is all they know. I understand that. But they're not, what happens when these guys are gone? Mm-hmm. Then what?
Yep.
Well, there's not enough people to fill these jobs now.
I mean, so to your point, if it's a 6-year contract, then you can do things such as you can grandfather in different automation, whether working this in after the 6 years, but guaranteeing it's 47,000 people. So you can work all of that in. What they're saying is, you look at just one of the biggest Copenhagen shipping company, the $50 billion in profits. I mean, these are profitable, biggity big companies. And like he just said, these are people who, if they make $100,000 or $200,000, that's with, think about the quality of life.
Agreed.
back-breaking job that costs you physically, that you're working your keister off. And so if you make $100K or even $200K, you're working 20 plus hours of overtime over the 40 hours. I mean, this is hard work. And what they're saying is, we want our piece. Everybody else got theirs. We didn't zoom it in. I mean, think about lawmakers who were zooming it in or not working, for example. They make $147K a year in D.C., right?
And get nothing done.
And you know how much OT they work? Zero.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean,
and they get more time off than any of us and better health care.
This country was founded on paying people high wages to do absolutely nothing. People in C-suites.
For lawmakers, yeah.
People in C-suites.
Big corporate jobs.
Bankrupting companies and giving themselves raises. Like, that happens all the time.
Yep.
Like, that's just, and yes, police, good teachers, firefighters, these union guys don't get paid what they're worth for doing jobs that, is not a lot of people would do.
Yep.
That's a story as old as time. I don't see where this, and we keep going around and around in circles on this. I just don't see where this is beneficial to them. Because at some point they're just going to say, okay, we don't need you anymore. Like, here comes all the robots. Bye.
Yep. Yeah, right.
And so the automation, I was looking it up. It's thousands of jobs so far as on the port workers on the West Coast, and so that continues. They just have to negotiate. But to me, I think that this union has played this perfectly, and I think that they have the advantage in this negotiation.
We are on pace to hit the cut sheet on time for the first time in a year, so I'm not going to say anything else. 855-839-1210. What's on the cut sheet, as normally scheduled for around 7:45, is coming up next.
Tommy! I can't wait for golf this weekend, huh, buddy? Time flies. Love you, man. Oh, don't forget your knee brace again. We aren't in college anymore.
Moments together matter, so help protect yourself from RSV. If you're 75 or older or 60 plus with a chronic condition like asthma, COPD, heart disease, or severe diabetes, you're at higher risk of landing in the hospital from RSV, and there are no prescription RSV treatments. Check eligibility and schedule your RSV vaccine at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
In business, service is everything. Cintas delivers what you need to better serve your customers. Whether it's freshly laundered work apparel for almost any job imaginable, tested and inspected fire protection systems, first aid and safety supplies, on-site AED training, or mops and restroom products, stocked and ready when you need them. Better work days happen together. So visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Pennsylvania's statewide tobacco-free recovery initiative supports your local radio station and reminds those in substance use disorder recovery that learning tobacco-free coping skills improves the chances of long-term recovery by 25%, and that more than 70% of Pennsylvanians in recovery believe these skills are helpful to both recovery and mental health. To learn more, visit tobaccofreerecoverypa.com or call 1-800-QUIT-NOW. Sponsored by the Philadelphia Department of Public Health.
This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. You may know me from my book, Money Hacks. You may know me from my radio shows. And you may even know me from some of these commercials. But listen, I'm teaching stuff that people need to learn about money. In fact, my favorite topic is money. So go to investorschooling.com and you will learn things about money that you never even knew existed. We will teach you things about real estate, about the stock market, and about how to use your IRAs properly. Go to investorschooling.com and sign up for a complimentary class this Thursday night at 7 o'clock. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Are you tired of hearing about the recession that's coming? Are you prepared for it? Well, listen, at investorschooling.com, we're going to teach you ways to prepare for the recession that you didn't even know existed. We're going to teach you strategies on how to use real estate. We're going to teach you strategies how to use the stock market properly. That's right, you can even make money in the stock market when the stock market goes down. Hey, go to investorschooling.com and register for a free class this Thursday night, and you will learn all of these techniques. Go to investorschooling.com right now, RSVP for this Thursday. We'll see you there.
This year's election may determine the future of Social Security.
Jim O'Neill, Huntington Valley, Pennsylvania. I have my doubts about where we're going as a country. My concerns with the election and the economy are that much of our Social Security funding may dry up in 7 years, 10 years, which is not good for the citizens who paid into that system. With the crash-proof retirement system, I can supplement or even replace Social Security and not deplete my nest egg. It's guaranteed. This year, I have earned over 14%. We do not have to pay any fees, and you cannot lose it. I am election proof because no matter what happens in this election cycle this year, I am protected by crash proof retirement.
Election Proof Your Retirement Future. Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Spring Mill Country Club on October 16th, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
In a world filled with financial information, Citizens can help you make sense of it. So whether you're listening to that new financial podcast that's hotter than your morning coffee, flipping through that financial guru's 1,000-page book on simple finances, or getting tips from a coworker that actually sound kind of interesting, you're ready to make the most of it. Make sense of your money with Citizens. Learn more at citizensbank.com/made-ready.
Is your car still under warranty?
No, not anymore.
My mechanic just suggested an extended service plan from Ox Car Care.
Ox Car Care?
Yeah, Ox will cover repair bills if anything happens to the car. New brakes, transmission, AC, or engine problems. Plus, Ox Car Care offers free oil changes, tire rotation, and roadside assistance.
Wait, you pay nothing on repairs? Ox gets it fixed? Free oil changes, free tire rotation, and free roadside assistance?
Yeah, you don't pay. Ox pays. Ox even has a 30-day money-back guarantee and is A+ rated on the BBB. They handle their claims from start to finish, unlike those other warranty companies.
The last thing I need is an unexpected car repair bill. I'm calling Ox Car Care now.
Call Ox Car Care for your free quote. 800-224-8517. Ask about senior and military discounts. Don't get stuck with a major car repair bill. Call Ox Car Care. 800-224-8517. 800-224-8517. Or go to oxcarcare.com.
Calling on Blackwood to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
To have a chance to see him every night I have a strangest dream.
Welcome back in, Kayal and Company, 7:45 as we roll on. It is a Wednesday morning, October 2nd. Hopefully all of you having a great start to your Wednesday morning. Tony Bruno coming up in 45 minutes. We will also get to Donald Trump and the 60 Minutes conversation coming up in the 9 o'clock hour. CNN also going behind a paywall. Our Veteran Spotlight at 9:30. So we are absolutely loaded today, and we're on time, we're on track, so let's get right to it. A midweek edition. Post-debate. What's on the cut sheet?
What's on the cut sheet?
Sorry, I was grooving out to that song. What's on the cut sheet on this Wednesday? Sponsored by Cherry Hill Volvo, where they have ample inventory of brand new and beautiful pre-owned Volvos. Enjoy the luxury experience you deserve. They always go the extra mile for their customers because relationships matter at Cherry Hill Volvo. Check them out on Route 70 in Cherry Hill Volvo, where relationships matter. I said earlier, Nick Kayal, Don Stensland, that I think that there is one thing Tim Walz said last night that is being overlooked by a lot of people.
Yes.
It was a slip of the... I don't know if it was a slip of the tongue, but it was an odd thing to say. Do either of you have any idea what I'm talking about? Don't say it if you know it. But Dawn, do you know what I'm talking about?
I think I do.
Nick, do you?
No.
Okay.
No.
Phil, can you cue up cut 14 here? So the question was about school shootings, assault weapons bans. Okay. And Tim Walz said this when asked about his previous statements on banning assault weapons. He flip-flopped on it. He wasn't for it, then he was for it. Cut 14, Phil, go.
About more security.
Senator, thank you. Governor, you previously opposed an assault weapons ban, but it's only later in your political career did you change your position. Why?
Yeah, I sat in that office with those Sandy Hook parents. I've become friends with school shooters. I've seen it. Look, the NRA, I was an NRA guy for a long time. They used to teach gun safety.
Stop it.
He's become friends with school
shooters.
What the hell does that mean?
I know. It was. He obviously misspoke.
That's got to be a misspeak, right?
But what did he mean to say?
School shooting victims, the victims of the parents of victims.
Because he sat with the. I think what he's saying is I became friends with the victims.
Right. I don't think
the victims' parents
at Sandy Hook or something. Yeah. I don't think he became friends with Adam Lanza or any of these deranged Nicholas Lamberts.
Are we sure? Is he not in like lockups?
To my
counseling
knowledge,
these kids?
to my knowledge, Adam Lanza is dead. But maybe Vance can communicate with the dead. I don't know. I know. Yeah, it's got to be a slip up. But then again, and it's not to excuse it, but to explain why I think he said that. I think his brain's going a mile a minute. I think he is not in his strong suit. This is not his element. I gave you the comments coming out from a CNN report that they were worried that he would come off like a moron. I mean, that's not Tucker Carlson saying that. That is somebody within the Democrat elite in this campaign telling CNN, this is not Timmy's strong suit here, and we hope he doesn't shoot himself in the foot. He could come out like, I think the quote was, a raging bull, a moron, or an unhinged lunatic. Again, why is he on? Again, it's their problem. I'm glad they selected him because it makes me feel better, even better about J.D. Vance. But this was avoidable for Harris. Should have went Shapiro.
Yeah, but so for me, I think first of all, it was a misstatement, and luckily for him, he started out by saying that he sat with the grieving parents of Sandy Hook. So then you knew, okay, when he said that I've become friends with school shooters, it's a misstatement. But what's not a misstatement, I mean, let's go through the list. I mean, lying about his military rank when he talked about, by the way, remember the DUI situation, let us not forget. And what about that Tiananmen Square thing? That was like the knucklehead thing? That was awkward.
So this is, that's what I'm going to go to next. I'm going to play what I believe are first. I'm going to play what I think some like lowlights for both Walz and Vance. That's how I'm starting the cut sheet, just so you know, because I'm skipping around, because that moment happened late in the debate, so I'm not going in order. But to Dawn's point, K-File yesterday released a story, and kudos to them. They're going after. They broke the Mark Robinson story. They're going after Tim Walz. They're going after Kamala Harris. They're pulling no punches. So good work to Andrew Kaczynski over at K-File. He said that he went to Tiananmen Square in the spring or June of 1989, when that famous picture was taken.
Yep.
Then we find out that he was actually there in August of 1989. So I feel if I'm Tim Walz, my answer for this is, and he seemed completely off guard.
Mm-hmm.
He seemed caught completely off guard by this. My answer would be something to the effect of, yeah, it was, I was 8 weeks off. Sorry, I misspoke. It was 35 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
I don't, I'm not great with this stuff.
Right.
Yes, it was somewhere around that time.
Yes.
But he gave this weird answer, and then it was a pause, and then he looked befuddled, and it was just a really, really bad moment for him.
Yep.
By the way, so he was doing a program where he was taking kids over to China?
Yeah, he claims he was in Hong Kong on June 4th of 89.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But he was there in August.
Right.
But he was taking... No, that's not my question.
Oh.
My question is more, what was this program where he was taking kids to China?
About? Yeah, that's what I want to know. What's that about? That's the question.
And how old was he?
Yeah.
I'm asking questions.
Well, he's 60, so if we go back 30, he was 25? 89, if he's 60, that was 35 years ago. So 60 minus, he was 25 years old.
He was a teacher, and I think he went with a school group. I'm assuming that he's not the lone adult usually.
Are we sure about that, guys?
Were his hands flailing around?
I just want I mean, Dawn, are you sending your kids to China with some dude?
Oh no, I would not.
Yeah, I'm just.
No.
I
would go. Believe me, if a school group was going, I would go.
To your point, if there was a bunch of parents there and stuff,
That's fine.
But if it's like a teacher,
Just him? Nah, not so much.
A couple kids,
Take a pass.
Yeah.
I would like to know more about that story. That's all I'm saying.
Was Diddy on the trip?
No, we're not accusing anybody of anything.
No, just saying.
All right, so this is cut 13 where he was asked about the being in Hong Kong during the Tiananmen Square protest. Cut 13, go.
We want to ask you about your leadership qualities. Governor Walz, you said you were in Hong Kong during the deadly Tiananmen Square protests in the spring of 1989. But Minnesota Public Radio and other media outlets are reporting that you actually didn't travel to Asia until August of that year. Can you explain that discrepancy?
Yeah, well, and to the folks out there who didn't get at the top of this, look, I grew up in small rural Nebraska, town of 400, middle class, town that you rode your bike with your buddies till the streetlights come on, and I'm proud of that service. I joined the National Guard at 17, worked on family farms, and then I used the GI Bill to become a teacher, passionate about it, a young teacher. My first year out, I got the opportunity in the summer of '89 to travel to China. 35 years ago, be able to do that. I came back home and then started a program to take young people there. We would take basketball teams, we would take baseball teams, we would take dancers, and we would go back and forth to China. The issue for that was to try and learn. Now look, my community knows who I am. They saw where I was at. Look, I will be the first to tell you, I have poured my heart into my community. I've tried to do the best I can, but I've not been perfect, and I'm a knucklehead at times, but it's always been about that. Those same people elected me to Congress for 12 years. And in Congress, I was one of the most bipartisan people, working on things like farm bills that we got done, working on veterans benefits. And then the people of Minnesota were able to elect me to governor twice. So look, my commitment has been from the beginning to make sure that I'm there for the people, to make sure that I get this right. I will say more than anything, many times I will talk a lot, I will get caught up in the rhetoric, but being there, the impact it made, the difference it made in my life, I learned a lot about China. I hear the critiques of this. I would make the case that Donald Trump should have come on one of those trips with us. I guarantee you he wouldn't be praising Xi Jinping about COVID, and I guarantee you he wouldn't start a trade war that he ends up losing. So this is about trying to understand the world. It's about trying to do the best you can for your community, and then it's putting yourself out there and letting your folks understand what it is. My commitment, whether it be through teaching, which I was good at, or whether it was being a good soldier or was being a good member of Congress, those are the things that I think are the values that people care about.
Governor, just...
Oh, so he's a good soldier. Okay. Yeah, we could rip that to shreds, but we've done that a million times. So he sits there and says, yeah, he's for the people. Well, if you're for the people and you're the governor of Minnesota, when the mayor of Minneapolis texts you and says, we need the National Guard, the city's burning down, you can't respond back in a text saying this is an informal request. Like that's a bad look. And the reality is this, the more I hear him, the more I look at him, and the more I observe and consume the lies, they just, all the Democrats did was replace Joe Biden with another younger Joe Biden. Kamala Harris remains the constant variable, and now you have a 20-year-old younger Joe Biden. And what do I mean by that? Well, Joe Biden, remember he had the stuttering problem, right? Well, Tim Walz, according to him, he's not great with the English language, and his wife has to correct him. It's like Dawn correcting me with the grammar jar, right? And then on top of it, he's had a national political spotlight shined on him for what now, 3 months? And it's to the point where CNN's fact-checking through K-File and Andy Kaczynski have gone through and shredded almost everything this guy has ever said. Everything about him that we know is an embellishment or a lie. But yet he tries to come off like the common man, right? He's 20 years younger, less accomplished Joe Biden. Speaking issues, lies, trying to tell you he's the middle class guy, yet he doesn't do anything to help the middle class. He's Joe.
Two things that I will say, because I was looking this up as you guys were talking, that just a reminder on this, that the Chairman James Comer, Republican from Kentucky, who's this is the House Committee on Oversight and Accountability, he sent a letter that would renew the pressure on the FBI because they've asked before. So after all of this, he sent another letter and said they want to see and review all the documents related to the CCP entities or officials that Governor Walz, allegedly engaged with in the past.
Right.
Also, the Walls-Harris campaign said that when Walls said that he was there dozens of times, it was more like 15. So that fact check, and this is CNN even acknowledged that. But it's just interesting to watch this. As far as the China trips with students, that he did go China 1989 in August, though. Maybe he visited the square. I don't know. Maybe he visited it in August and it happened back in June. I don't know. But he was among the first delegation of American teachers to ever go to the communist nation during the trip, and he was a participant in Harvard's World Tech program, which did give him the opportunity if he wanted to live and teach students in China for 1 year. So he was awarded that, obviously very proud of it. As far as who I think he reminds me of, last time when I was watching, I thought of the movie Tommy Boy with Chris Farley, who imitated that sort of a Minnesota accent. I got the sale.
Yes.
And I'm a knucklehead.
Yeah.
You know, and he sort of had, like, it reminded me of Chris Farley.
He reminds me of Tommy Boy's dad, who drops dead in the opening scene dancing with his young wife. That's who Tim Walz is. You're absolutely correct. He's a distant Farley.
So then, right after that question about Tiananmen Square, the moderators asked J.D. Vance on once calling Donald Trump America's Hitler, and he explained that. Cut 16, Phil, go.
Oh, no. The machine.
The Russians.
Rose.
Cut 16. Do we have 16?
Is this a Russian hack?
Dun, dun, dun.
Is this Iran? Phil fell off
Clearly,
his
the
chair.
computer likes Trump and doesn't want to play the clip.
Is that a MAGA HP back there?
Even AI is like, yeah, I'm for Trump.
2016, you called your running mate Donald Trump unfit for the nation's highest office, and you said he could be America's Hitler. I know you've been asked many times, and you've said you regret those comments and explained you then voted for Donald Trump in 2020. But the Washington Post reported new messages last week in which you also disparaged Trump's economic record while he was president, writing to someone in 2020, quote, Trump thoroughly failed to deliver his economic populism. You're now his running mate, and you've shifted many of your policy stances to align with his. If you become vice president, why should Americans trust that you will give Donald Trump the advice he needs to hear and not just the advice he wants to hear? You have 2 minutes.
Well, first of all, Margaret, because I've always been open. And sometimes, of course, I've disagreed with the president, but I've also been extremely open about the fact that I was wrong about Donald Trump. I was wrong, first of all, because I believed some of the media stories that turned out to be dishonest fabrications of his record. But most importantly, Donald Trump delivered for the American people. Rising wages, rising take-home pay, an economy that worked for normal Americans, a secure southern border, a lot of things, frankly, that I didn't think he'd be able to deliver on. And yeah, when you screw up, when you misspeak, when you get something wrong and you change your mind, you ought to be honest with the American people about it. It's one of the reasons, Margaret, why I've done so many interviews is because I think it's important to actually explain to the American people where I come down on the issues and what changed. Now, you pointed out to messages from 2020. Margaret, I've been extremely consistent that I think there were a lot of things that we could have done better in the Trump administration the first round if Congress was doing its job. I strongly believe, and I've been a United States Senator, that Congress is not just a high-class debating society. It's not just a forum for senators and congressmen to whine about problems. It's a forum to govern. So there were a lot of things on the border, on tariffs, for example, where I think that we could have done so much more if the Republican Congress and the Democrats in Congress had been a little bit better about how they govern the country. They were so obsessed with impeaching Donald Trump, they couldn't actually govern.
So I always feel like when these things come up with past receipts, there's two ways to look at it, specifically with somebody that's in politics. You can look at it from the vantage point of J.D. Vance is no different than any other politician. He's flipping for his own personal and professional gain. Or you can look at it and say, okay, maybe I thought one thing, and then upon further review, I've changed my mind. I actually have a lot of respect for people that have lived their life, that have gone from Democrat to Republican or from Republican to Democrat, that have been willing to adapt and adjust based on misperceptions or changing values. But honestly, at the end of the day, when I hear about these people that were anti-Trump for one reason and then became pro-Trump or vice versa, it really doesn't resonate with me one way or the other. I look at this as no different than like the sex scandals in politics. I don't care about it. It's talk show fodder. It's tabloid material. It's sound bites. It's receipts. It's gotcha. I just look for people that are competent and can get results.
But guys, it's not like I don't disagree with you on any of that. But it's not like he just said, you know what, I'm not a Trump guy. I'm never. He literally called him America's Hitler,
right? Which is no different than what we criticize the left for doing with the rhetoric.
Exactly. Yep. So like, it really is a stretch to walk that back where he's come. Like you can say, yeah, you know what, he was never my cup of tea. But, you know, he won me over with this.
Yeah, very fair.
How do you go from America's Hitler to being his running mate? I don't know how you comport that.
No, that's a totally valid point. I mean, this is why, again, I think J.D. Vance showed what he's capable of last night. So this is not to go through revisionist history of who I'd rather have, but this is why I had J.D. Vance in my number 2 spot. This is why I wanted Byron Donalds, who, by the way, totally disarmed Charlemagne the God and his female co-host yesterday on the Charlemagne show. But again, you know, we know the difference. You can't have 2 people from the same state. One has to move out. We've gone through that whole thing with 2 people from Florida. But you're right. But that's a hard thing to walk back. But I also do I think here's what you have to realize: a majority of Trump supporters, They've embraced and welcomed the J.D. Vance.
I don't disagree.
Yeah, there are very few that say, I want no part of J.D. because of what you said 6, 8, 7 years ago. So I'm fine with it. Again, but if we're being fair, yeah, he has said the same cliche that hacks on CBS News have said.
I think that, you know, as far as this with J.D. Vance, and keep in mind he was, 31, 32 years old when he made those comments. And so he,
as opposed to his more mature 39 now.
No. I'm saying that he, as somebody who he's saying that he believed he was quoting the so-called mainstream media pundits who were saying the same thing. So he's saying he quoted that. There are a lot of people like him in the country, quite frankly, who believed all the stuff, who believed all that. And just regurgitated it, repeated exactly what these pundits say. And then he did his research. He looked it up. He also watched in real time Trump perform and put these policies into action. And the results of it. J.D. Vance was also a Democrat. They don't bring that up.
He was
raised as a Democrat.
Yeah. He also made one of these statements in February of 2020, well into Trump's term. You know what I mean? So
the economy.
Yes.
Yeah.
So it's not like he had this.
That's what I don't understand. So I think the clip, the specific verbiage was he didn't deliver on the economic, was it nationalism or populism that and I'm thinking, I don't know where J.D. Vance is getting that from. I looked at the economy for the entire 4 years that I voted for Trump and the years that he served pre-COVID. I was perfectly happy with where the economy was. And I was making no money at that point, by the way.
But J.D. Vance, like a lot of people, for example, Charlottesville, we talked about this, and this is important to talk about this. It's an important topic that the so-called mainstream media has perpetuated these stories, for example, Charlottesville.
Yeah.
And so it was just this past summer that Snopes, which we all know is a little bit to the left there, Snopes even, just this summer, many years later, finally admitted when they fact-checked that in fact, Trump, if you put the whole quote, that was horrifying.
Such an egregious lie. It's such an egregious lie.
And so J.D. Vance, like a lot of Americans, believed it. They believed that this guy was a serial rapist, that he's a racist. They believed all of it because...
But how did people feel who've been with Trump since him going down the elevator in 2015? How do they feel about some Johnny-come-latelys coming in and being like, okay,
well, that's a great question. You know, what we should do is, and I don't know how we do this. I don't think we can just do it on a YouTube poll. I would love to know what J.D. Vance's approval rating prior to last night is within the MAGA community.
Oh, I think it's super high.
I would agree, but I still think there are probably some out there that don't necessarily trust him, which I would actually give those people credit for. And again, this is why I will never donate to any politician, regardless of who I vote for, regardless who I fanboy over, DeSantis, whatever. I will never give anybody $1 because they're all the same for the most part. And look, J.D. Vance, to me, it's no different than Nikki Haley. Nikki Haley was trying to upend Trump, beat him, and now Nikki Haley comes out and kind of throws like a half-hearted support around Trump. They're politicians. They're all weasels.
One clarification here, because this is a CNN report that says, but by 2020, Vance fully embraced Trump by 2020, telling Megyn Kelly after the election he voted for him. And a year later, Vance announced he was running for the Senate in Ohio and vied for Trump's endorsement. But at the beginning so then they go back and talk about these tweets resurfaced from 2016 and early 2017, and they have since been deleted with what we're talking about. So the latest tweet, according to CNN, was 2017, and he's recorded by CNN by 2020 on all these like live podcasts endorsing Trump.
Well, one of the quotes they had from him was from February of 2020. Like I saw the screenshot. Like I saw the thing on there. So I don't know. Jill brings up how do you go from calling Biden a racist to being his running mate? I agree.
Perfect. Kamala Harris.
I agree. I'm just saying.
My proof. That's my point. That's the game, right?
Yes. Agreed on all of this. I'm just saying. I'm just asking people how they. It's not just him saying, I disagree with you. It's literally him calling him Hitler.
Right.
So I'm just curious how you go from that. But
this is what the game is about. You don't have to like. This is why a lot of people hate politics.
Yep.
Do I think? Here's the thing: when you have these people, it's like Kamala Harris. Joe Biden's a racist. The next thing you know, he should be on Mount Rushmore. I mean, give me a break with that. But they all use it to get ahead. They all say what they have to say to further advance their career. And as Dawn Stenzel always says, we're all getting played.
By the way, everybody tuning in this morning on the Odyssey app and everything, thank you so much. We really appreciate you listening to us every day. If you have not done so yet and you're listening on the Odyssey app, please hit the follow button on the Odyssey app. There's the little 1210 WPHT. Hit the follow button. And if you're watching right now on YouTube, please hit the like and subscribe button. It's all free. It takes you just literally a second. It doesn't mean anything to you. It means a ton to us. So please keep doing that. Okay, let's get to the CBS cutting the mics of J.D. Vance when he was trying to fact check them for. To his credit, he really stayed away from the eating dogs and cats and went into the immigration issue.
And they tried to get him to go down that line as they mentioned the word Haitians, right? And he didn't take the bait.
Cut 10, Phil. Go.
And just to clarify for our viewers, Springfield, Ohio does have a large number of Haitian migrants who have legal status. Temporary protected status.
Well, Margaret, but
thank you, Senator. We have so much to get to.
Margaret, I think it's important because
we're going to turn out of the economy. Thank
Margaret,
you.
The rules were that you guys weren't going to fact check, and since you're fact checking me, I think it's important to say what's actually going on. So there's an application called the CBP One app, where you can go on as an illegal migrant, apply for asylum or apply for parole, and be granted legal status at the wave of a Kamala Harris open border wand. That is not a person coming in, applying for a green card and waiting for 10 years. That is the facilitation of illegal immigration, Margaret, by our own leadership.
Thank you, Senator, for describing the legal process. We have so much to get to, Senator.
Those laws have been on the books since 1990.
Thank you, gentlemen.
The CBP One app has not been on the books since 1990. It's something that Kamala Harris created, Margaret.
Gentlemen, the audience can't hear you because your mics are cut.
Yeah.
We have so much we want to get to. Thank you for explaining the legal process.
Nora. Thank you, Margaret.
Absolutely.
The economy is
absolutely ridiculous. We had just got my daughters to bed. Again, I told you, one's got the stomach bug, the other's got an ankle issue. I go back downstairs and I'm watching it with my wife. And as soon as Vance started to go off, I stood up and I go, keep going, JD. Don't stop. Keep going. Hammer home the CBP One app. Keep going, because they brought it up and they were not supposed to fact check. They were not supposed to cut off mics. It was in the rules. There would be no fact checking and there would be open mics throughout the debate, and they cut them off. And I got to tell you, I just try to be careful here. I can't stand either one of those two. The females. I don't like either one of them. Like it was. Dawn, you highlighted the first two moderator mishaps, the slant on climate change with the hurricane. Then, of course, we had the question that I pointed out with the border, with the separation of parent-child, illegal versus born here. And then, of course, that one right there. Like, you can't bring that up, go against what your own rules were that the contestants, the debaters agreed upon. And then when he starts shoving it back in your face, you cut the mic off. That doesn't work that way. It does not work that way. And I want to see a moment in time when those two or any of them of the same ilk would do the same thing to the Democrat. This is my official final position on those people speaking. And by these people, I mean Trump and Vance. Yeah. Don't do any more. Stop going on with the mainstream media. Screw them. You're in a good position right now. I have an unbelievable calmness about me right now with where I feel the election is heading, and it's a comfortable, quiet, calm demeanor. Don't give Kamala anything else she wants. Don't give Walz anything. Honest to God, go into a Motel 6 and stay there after the Butler rally, and don't emerge until November 6th. You have done a very good job. There's been very few slip-ups. The whole dog-cat thing, there's been a couple of moments, but right now, don't give the media anything. Tell 60 Minutes to shove it up their keister.
You want to curse so bad.
I do.
I know you do.
I want to say the word that Dawn said months ago, but I would get fired for that because it doesn't work out well when a man says that. Yeah. I do not like those two moderators.
Because they're a bunch of twits.
I thought
I had my hand on the button there. I didn't know where you were going.
I really thought David Muir was bad, and I still think collectively ABC was worse because they fact-checked Trump 5 times to Kamala 0. Then I said earlier this morning that last night was somewhere in between the good that CNN did and the awful that ABC was. But the 2 or 3 moments where Tina Fey and Amy Poehler had their moments, like it just, no, I'm done. I'm done with you.
Sorry.
Oh,
Crack me up.
I just, God, it's just unlikable. Did you ever like that? Let me ask, for all the guys out there, would you ever love to go out on a nice on a pontoon boat on a lake and have some drinks with those two? You think they would be a fun day?
Oh, boy.
No.
On a pontoon.
My Nashville boating days. All right, I'm going to towel off.
I see our men 18 to 34 numbers rising and our women 18 to 34 numbers dropping.
No, they were. Here's, especially Nora was. I think that the only salvation for Margaret Brennan is that Nora was so far to the left and clearly so biased. So maybe that salvages. But overall, they were just boring. They were biased. And it was embarrassing, in my humble opinion. Yeah. I just think that, number 2 question, climate change, that was just, wow, that was a new low.
Yeah.
And the whole thing was, if you're going to ask about things like J6 or you're going to ask J.D. Vance, which they clearly were going after him, then on the other side, you have to go through all the things with Tim Walz. They didn't. And so it was not equal on that part.
You're absolutely right. They didn't get into the military stuff.
Mm-mm.
They didn't get into the DUI stuff.
No.
They just did the Tiananmen Square one, which, by the way, out of all of them, the Tiananmen Square, okay, so he was 8 weeks off. It's not the end of the world.
Right.
But it's just the pattern.
Yes.
It's the pattern of the saying whatever you know what I mean? Like the lying.
He's a pathological liar.
Yeah.
The DUI, in my opinion, is still the biggest offense that he and nobody questions him about.
Could you imagine?
Nobody.
Could you imagine if J.D. Vance blew a .25?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah. Oh.
And then lied about it, and then used it for the campaign, and then lied about it, and he clearly knew everything about it, and nobody has asked him about this. Nobody.
Yeah. And you talk about the two demeanors, and I brought that up in the first hour. Yeah, and these are two guys that technically served, right? But just think about this: you're in a firefight, right? You're in the heat of the moment in a battle. J.D. Vance, I feel like, would just be cool, calm, calculated, collected. Like, could you imagine Tim Walz actually in combat with bullets flying around?
Yep.
I mean, you saw the look on his face last night when he didn't know how to answer a question.
And Wendy brings up the Minnesota burning thing too. Yeah, there's so much that you can ask him about. That, like, look, I'm all for them asking about J.D. Vance, Hitler comments. That's fine.
That's fair.
But then you have to equally ask about the misstatements and the crap that Tim Walz has said over the years, and they didn't do it. They brought up the Tiananmen Square one, which to me was he botched it, but it was a complete layup because it's really easy to say, it was 35 years ago. I was 8 weeks off. Sorry. That is, like, there's other things that he has said that are far more egregious. Sorry.
A lot of good tweets coming in. Matthew Newgarden says, live debate. I was looking forward to two adults debating. It appears Vance is standing next to a hot air balloon being spewed on for 2 hours with moderators controlling the flow.
I mean, there's no question about it. I have a lot of the pundits last night even saying that, like, Tim Walz did not do well. But I want to stick with
no. I mean, J.D. Vance. Somebody just said, "What's up with you guys?" That they thought we were putting down J.D. Vance. We never have. We all agreed that J.D. Vance mopped Walz with the floor.
Somebody's saying we're putting down J.D. Vance.
Mopped the floor with Walz.
We've been on for 2 hours and 18 minutes.
Yeah.
I mean, the only person that has given J.D. Vance more credit would be his mom.
Here we go.
What do people listen to?
Mom in heaven.
Seriously.
Yeah.
What do people listen to? You know what? If you have the IQ of mustard, don't listen to my show. Okay? Because this show actually requires you to pay attention. Okay? Because I'm dialed in for 4 straight hours, and you can't pay attention for 4 minutes. I've got no tolerance for people with the IQ of dirt. Get lost. Go put the other show on that we kicked their ass.
Stop.
Gee, I can't be any more complimentary to J.D. Vance. I said he looked presidential. He was POTUS material.
Nick didn't get a lot of sleep last night.
I had a great night of sleep. I had 5 hours. I had 4 dreams. I could recite the dreams. I was out deep. It was glorious.
Coming up, Nick tells Tony Bruno his dreams.
Tony Bruno coming up in 10 minutes, by the way. Can we actually get to what they said about the Springfield, Ohio thing? This is cut 9, Phil. This is the question that kind of started the whole thing. Cut 9, Phil, if you will.
Walz brought up the community of Springfield, and he's very worried about the things that I've said in Springfield. Look, in Springfield, Ohio, and in communities all across this country, you've got schools that are overwhelmed. You've got hospitals that are overwhelmed. You have got housing that is totally unaffordable because we brought in millions of illegal immigrants to compete with Americans for scarce homes. The people that I'm most worried about in Springfield, Ohio, are the American citizens who have had their lives destroyed by Kamala Harris's open border. It is a disgrace, Tim. And I actually think, I agree with you. I think you want to solve this problem, but I don't think that Kamala Harris does.
Senator, your time is up. Governor, you have 1 minute to respond.
Super good response by J.D. Vance because I think they were really trying to get him to go down that rabbit hole, and he did not.
Yep.
So obviously Laura Loomer was not consulting J.D. Vance with prep for debate.
No, but when he was trying to speak, that's the point that they choose to cut the mics. By the way,
he is, again, nothing rattles this guy.
No.
And that's the thing that's remarkable. I mean, he's a freshman senator from Ohio. It's not like he's been in the game as long as Joe Biden or Trump or Kamala. I mean, he's a newbie. He's a young pup. Politically, people would say from a presidential standpoint, you're 4 years, 5 years above the minimum requirement at 35, but you got to get more skin in the game. Stocker always talks about skin in the game.
Yep.
He comes off like a guy that's been doing this for 25 years.
Yep.
And he's doing it on a side where you're going into a 3-on-1. I mean, he went into the same buzzsaw that Trump went into with ABC, and he handled himself really good. And I think there was something where it's almost like J.D. Vance kind of disarmed Tim Walz because he was complimentary. He was very hospitable. He was just very folksy. But in a way, he did mental gymnastics around Tim Walz while being courteous to him. It's a double win for me, in my opinion. Like I said, it's a super smart approach that he had. And there was like some speculation yesterday I read that, I don't know what site this was on, that J.D. Vance was not doing a ton of prep and he was not taking it seriously, almost like he knew that he didn't need to really sharpen, his tools, so to speak, because the guy he was debating was the lesser of the two. And maybe that's the way he thinks internally. But I tell you what, I think J.D. Vance came in super prepped.
Oh, he was 100% prepped, and J.D. and Tim Walz was not. Because the fact that if you have to be prepared that CNN is going to ask you that question about Tiananmen Square, and he acted like it came out of left field.
Mm-hmm.
He was not prepared for that at all.
And if you notice too, not only did he have those looks on his face, because CBS and they've all done this, I think they've all done a good job for the most part of having the split screen so we could see the reactions. Remember, Trump was just looking over at Joe as Joe was stuttering and stammering, and Kamala would look over at Trump with that little grin on her face as she's trying to bait him. Every time J.D. Vance had a really well thought out initial response or rebuttal, Tim Walz just had that look on his face where he's looking over, but it was a very intent look, like, what is he saying? How do I answer that? Like, he looked like he didn't know what was hitting him.
So the one clip that mainstream media is running with today is J.D. Vance avoiding to answer if Trump lost the 2020 election or not.
Okay.
This is cut 6. Phil, go.
Tested itself because of Donald Trump's inability to say. He is still saying he didn't lose the election. I would just ask that. Did he lose the 2020 election?
Tim, I'm focused on the future. Did Kamala Harris censor Americans from speaking their mind in the wake of the 2020 COVID situation?
That is a damning non-answer.
It's a damning non-answer for you to not talk about censorship. Obviously, Donald Trump and I think that there were problems in 2020. We've talked about it. I'm happy to talk about it further. But you guys attack us for not believing in democracy. The most sacred right under the United States democracy is the First Amendment. You yourself have said there's no First Amendment right to misinformation. Kamala Harris wants to use the power of government and big tech to silence people from speaking their minds. That is a threat to democracy that will long outlive this president.
In my opinion, starting it off with the COVID stuff was not the best answer for J.D. Vance. Here's the way I always try to approach election denialism is the lack of coverage of every time a Democrat denies elections. So what you can do now, look, you got to realize he's the number 2. He's working for Trump. So I understand he has to play that game regardless of what he actually believes occurred or didn't occur in 2020. But Hillary Clinton 8 years later is still denying that she lost in 2016. Stacey Abrams has lost multiple elections, and every time she loses, she denies the results. I actually think it's media malpractice only to talk about Trump's denial of 2020 when this has become a common practice on both sides. To me, I'm at the point where I just kind of gloss over it now. I just roll my eyes. But there are people out there, and I don't ridicule people that have this opinion, that those who say election results are not authentic all of a sudden does drum up a lot of angst and distrust, and then it leads to action in this country. In a perfect world, now I'm typically not somebody that's bothered by words. I would like both sides to just, whether there's substance to the claim or not, and I'm saying, look, if you think we're seeing it, Luzerne County, Montgomery County, all this ridiculous stuff, so you absolutely have every right to question this stuff. I would just like to get to a point where people accept results, especially when there are tools at your disposal to use. This is why I talk about when I say, hey, Laura Trump's begging you, Donald Trump's begging you, take advantage of early voting and mail-in ballots. If they're asking you to do it, even though they don't like it, but they know it's the way it is and that's the system we have, utilize it. But like, I'm over the election denying thing because it's never covered fairly in the media. It's always about 2020, never about 2016, 2018, 2022. Democrats can deny. Republican does it, and it's a civil war. It's a threat to democracy.
I will admit that I did not see this. I was listening to this last night while I was in the shower, and I didn't see it. So thank you, Nick, for pointing it out to me. So MSNBC was in Michigan, and they were at some I think it was some college or something, and they were talking to. They had this whole auditorium set up where it was, the Republican club, the undecideds, the Socialist club, the Democrat club, and they went around and they said, "Hey, what are you looking forward to hearing tonight?" Blah 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 blah. All these kids civically engaged. I'm 100% cool with that. So they go over to the Young Democrat club, and.
There's a lot to break down and analyze here.
Yeah, so you have to watch this, youtube.com/1210WPHT, because if you hear it, it just sounds like a Tim Walz fan.
Yeah.
You have to actually watch it. Went over to a student and asked about what they're looking forward to tonight in the debate, and this is what they said. Cut 20, Phil, go.
The College Democrats. You're the president of the College Democrats. Yep. How you feeling about the enthusiasm? Your name and how you feeling?
My name is Rose, and I'm feeling great. This is going to be a great debate. Oh, sorry, I touched you there. I'm so enthusiastic. Walz is going to do so well.
All right, I guess we're gonna have to wait and see. I really appreciate talking to you guys, Rachel. They got.
Sorry, thank you, Tia.
So, do we want to break down the visuals or what they? I think that individual said, but I need clarification on.
My name is Rose.
He's a dude wearing lipstick.
Phil, what I would like to do is let's play it again, and I want to analyze. I want to analyze the words in a moment, and then I want you to come back and just. So we got the visual here, right?
Yep.
So that is a guy in the process of becoming. It's just I feel like Tim Walz now. Now I feel like Mr. Potato Head because I can't comprehend what's actually occurring here in real life. So it's a guy that's going to become a girl. The hair, the makeup.
Well, we don't know.
Well, I think it's pretty obvious.
He might just like to dress up and put lipstick on and call himself Rose. The point is the reporter is just trying to get some person on the street perspective, and then
my name's Con.
That happens.
This is Sharon. How do you like your eggs, honey?
Oh, God.
But should we just play the audio? Because I feel like he says something, but I need. Tell me if you're picking up what I think this individual says, but I might be mishearing this. Let's play the actual clip.
The College Democrats. You're the president of the College Democrats.
Yep.
How you feeling about the enthusiasm? Your name and how you feeling?
My name is Rose, and I'm feeling great. This is going to be a great debate. Oh, sorry, I touched you there. I'm so enthusiastic. Walz is going to do so well.
Was where the physical contact apparently occurs. What does that individual say? Did I touch your?
No. Sorry, I touched you there because he is flailing his arms around, and you can see him.
Well, that's the Walz in him. The flailing arms, right? You get the hands and the gyrations going. It's actually a lot like Tony Bruno, who's coming up in a few minutes. Bruno's got the hands going.
I think Walz is going to do well. What's your name, Rose?
I thought that individual said, "Sorry, I touched your you-know-what." And it doesn't look like there's any physical contact made. But,
Oh, man. All right, let's just go through some of the talking heads last night. Abby Phillip, this is cut 17, and she said that it was a clear lack of preparation on Walz's part. Remember, Abby Phillip, CNN 10 p.m. host, I think, right?
That's right.
Cut 17, go.
I mean, I think there was a clear lack of preparation and execution here on Walz's part.
I think actually it's the opposite. I think he had too much preparation.
Maybe, yeah.
He had so many lines that he was clearly trying to say that he didn't listen and said when J.D. Vance said one of the many things he really hit Kamala Harris on, not Tim Walz, but Kamala Harris, he didn't respond because he clearly had things in his mind. I think the lack of interviews that he has done with national media, with local media, it showed. He needed more reps.
Yeah.
Wow.
I actually agree with Dana Bash. I don't think Tim Walz was underprepared or didn't put the work in. But I'm not going to say he was overprepared. I just don't think he's good at that setting, regardless of how much you prepare. And how about that? I gave you the numbers. This was 2 weeks ago. J.D. Vance, 59 interviews, Trump 14, Tim Walz 4, Kamala Harris 3. If you don't get the reps in when game day comes, you're not going to shine. It's like the Eagles, folks.
Yep.
You can't not play your starters all preseason and then expect week one for them to come out firing on all cylinders. This is what happens when you hide, and this is why they are hiding both of them.
Jake Tapper, cut 18, saying that Vance is the more experienced debater. Cut 18, go.
Debate, despite months of
rather vicious and nasty attacks between Senator Vance and Governor Walz. They tonight were largely kind and agreeable with each other. They often talked about finding common ground. They obviously held their toughest criticisms for the folks at the top of the ticket. Vance clearly, I think it needs to be said, clearly the more experienced debater, the slicker speaker. Walz's strongest moment, perhaps, came at the end there, talking about democracy. That was also, I would think, Vance's weakest moment all night when he claimed that Donald Trump handed over power peacefully. Obviously not accurate. But generally, Dana and Abby, my overall impression is that both men came to seem likable, and I think it's quite possible that both men achieved that task.
Yeah.
You know, I can understand. Now, I don't get it as a Republican, but I can understand why a Democrat would find Tim Walz to be likable, but there's no substance behind it. And then there's the lies. But the presentation, because this is the social media creation that we're living in with Harris and Walz. It's all this window dressing. It's the waving and the giggling and the laughing and the flailing of the hands and the arms and things like joy and hope and change and turning the page. But when you get down to it, there's nothing behind it. It's smoke and mirrors. It's like the football team that takes the field and the crowd goes nuts. And then all of a sudden you start to get into the game and you're like, oh, they don't have a game plan.
Last one, and then we should break for Tony Bruno. One of the two debate moderators from the presidential debate, David Muir and Lindsey Davis, also discussed the VP debate after it happened last night. Lindsey Davis likens Walz's cringy debate showing to Biden's campaign-ending implosion. Interesting, right? Cut 19.
Oh.
Cut 19, Phil, go.
By that as well. I think it was something that the team working with Donald Trump had hoped he had done during the presidential debate more than he did. J.D. Vance said it repeatedly tonight, saying, listen, she's had nearly 4 years to do that as vice president. Why hasn't she?
I feel like that was really effective. But I think overall tonight, if you're an undecided voter in America, I don't know that you come away with tonight with an additional clarity. It kind of reminded me of the June 27th debate when Kamala Harris that night said of Joe Biden, it was a slow start, but a strong finish. And that's how I felt that Tim Walz kind of did tonight. You know, to use Tim Walz's own words, I mean, a lot about this debate tonight was weird. There were uncomfortable, cringy moments. But overall, I think my takeaway was something that Reince Priebus said on the outset, which was that J.D. Vance needed to come away as that humble, likable guy from Hillbilly Elegy. It seemed like he did perhaps get some points in that area.
Wow, you know, I'd actually give Lindsey Davis a lot of credit if she wasn't such a total hack on September 10th. Because you can't just do what you did on September 10th to the tune of 5 fact checks to none, where you and your little buddy David and Mr. Wooden Box guy over there, my little hair and my perfect physique, and I've got no personality, and I've got the highest rated show in weeknight television because nobody watches weeknight television because it sucks. No, see, you don't get the full credit now from this show because you were in on what I think was a rigged debate against Donald Trump, even though what you just said there in that clip is very, very accurate. So you're only going to get like, I could give you, on a scale of 1 to 10, I'm going to give you 2 points. You could have gotten 8 points, but you lost your journalistic credibility as a hack moderator on September 10th.
All right, let's
I'm done with all the networks, folks. I'm done with them all. ABC, CBS, NBC, I've had it with all of them. I will, unless there's a football game on, I will never put those channels on again. All right, coming up next, Tony Bruno, live from Florida. But first, a word from my friends at the Piazza Auto Group. This time around, we're talking about Piazza Volkswagen. That's right, the new 2024 Tiguan. This turbocharged SUV features 4Motion, all-wheel drive technology with active control. With the turn of a dial, you are able to switch between 4 different modes, depending on your current driving conditions. I mean, think about it, right? You got the weather, beautiful day. The next day, you know, we got 6 inches of snow. Maybe you're taking the vehicle down to the beach, off-roading, whatever it might be. And perhaps, best of all, it's available with 0% APR for 60 months. Who doesn't like that? Or a $2,000 customer bonus. And now is the time to visit Piazza Volkswagen of Ardmore and Langhorne and ask them for the test drive. It's It's the Nick Kayal test drive, the new Tiguan. Shop online right now before we get to Bruno, PiazzaVW.com.
That's right. This year, FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is giving you a chance to win big every Thursday night with FanDuel Squares. It's the same Super Bowl Squares game you've always known, only way better. You know what? The office pools. We have all done it. The Squares. You pick Squares. $20. You can win everything. Only this is way better because you're not just randomly assigned them. You get to pick them yourself. You can pick as many as you like, and you'll get to see the odds beforehand, and you can bet them live during the game. So it makes games this week with the Eagles and a bye week, makes it way better to watch Sunday afternoon and Sunday evening of football. Go to FanDuel.com/Greg, FanDuel.com/Greg to bet on Squares. Do it now. FanDuel. You can get $200 in bonus bets guaranteed when you place your first $5 bet. So do it now. FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 1210 WPHT. 21 and over, President, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online at hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation to determine the ED medication that's best for you, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and a range of treatment options, including trusted generic alternatives to the name brands, at up to 95% off. ED is personal, and at Hims, so is treating it. Just go to hims.com/joy and get connected to a licensed medical provider online for free with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
If you're driving a car or truck with an expired warranty and suddenly lost your transmission or needed a full engine repair, would a $4,000 repair bill leave you stranded? I'm Danica Patrick. Don't get caught off guard with a vehicle breakdown. Choose the company I trust, Endurance. No matter the mileage, if your vehicle is less than 20 years old, Endurance offers auto protection plans for any budget. Protection on the drivetrain, electrical, transmission, AC, and more. Plus 24/7 roadside assistance and rental car reimbursement on any plan. Endurance handles everything from making the claim to paying the certified mechanic of your choice. Act now and get 1 full year of elite benefits, a $2,000 value, free.
Endurance has paid hundreds of millions in claims. Call for your fast free quote today. Call 800-291-3183. That's 800-291-3183. 800-291-3183.
See Joe Conklin with the City Rhythm Orchestra at Cherokee High School in Marlton, New Jersey, Saturday, October 26th. It's the story of Philadelphia sports put to music.
Oh, I thought it was awesome. It was funny and great band. His imitation of the Bee Gees.
The stylistics and stuff, I just love that.
Oh, it was great. This is the third time we've seen him. He's awesome.
I can relate to Joe Conklin. Great variety. There was something for everyone.
That's Conklin with City Rhythm at Cherokee High School in Marlton, New Jersey, Saturday, October 26th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? Not yet. Do it today. Okay. At 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
We both lie silently still in the dead of the night.
Kayal and Company.
Nothing. Nobody gets my joke.
What's the joke? I might have missed it.
Tony Bruno gets it, don't you, buddy?
Tony Bruno.
Absolutely. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for joining us, sir. How are you today?
And thank you for joining. Well, better than Tim Walz. Let me tell you that right now. They should have thrown the towel early in that one. By the way, I have a new term. This should be the headline. The New York Post didn't even do politics. They did something about something completely different today. But I call it last night the last waltz. Remember the song by Engelbert Humperdinck?
Sure.
I'll have the last waltz with you. That was the last waltz last night. And yes, I know, I'm pro-women, But I got to tell you, and I said this to Robin as we were watching it last night, I said, this is why women should not host debates, should not be able to vote, and should not be able to drive. I think I made that conclusion last night after watching Margaret Brennan, who was more pale. She was more pale than, I'm trying to think of the palest person I know. Well, Robin's pretty pale, because she's a white chick. But I don't know. She looked pale and stale, and that was an abomination. CBS News absolutely embarrassing themselves once again. The Tiffany Network. Now Tiffany, the former mall singer who did I Think We're Alone Now, has more credibility than the Tiffany Network. That's a great Tiffany pull right there. Remember Tiffany?
That's good Tiff knowledge. Not to
Jumping
be confused.
around in the mall singing the song, I Think We're Alone Now.
Yeah. Not to be confused with that Tiffany necklace that Kamala wore at the border that cost 72 G's.
It's okay, man. If you got it, flaunt it.
Exactly
That's what
right.
I say.
Well, and that's the thing last night. It's like you saw Tim Walz was overmatched. You saw how good and eloquent J.D. Vance can be. A big reason why he was selected, I think, by Donald Trump. But as the morning has gone along, the other takeaway, and I was going to talk about it at 6:30, 6:40, 2 or 3 moments that got under my skin with CBS News, and Dawn did a really good job. And I'm hearing Dawn make all the sense in the world with the media and how bad Norah O'Donnell and Margaret Brennan are. And as the morning has gone along, I've grown more agitated with that network to the point now I don't want to turn on any of these networks, and I don't blame Trump or Vance from now until November 5th if they don't speak to anybody in the mainstream media. I mean, they made these two networks in the last 2 debates, Tony, between CBS and ABC, they made CNN back on June 27th look like Fox News.
They made them look like Woodward and Bernstein. I mean, that's how much journalism there was. But you're right. And, I was joking about women having, although sometimes I say to Robin, women shouldn't be able to do this as a joke when we're driving in the car. Mm-hmm. But Norah O'Donnell, and you know where I was getting this feedback from? Because I'm on Twitter watching. I mean, Megyn Kelly, women who used to work for CBS News, women who used to work for Tiffany major networks, real journalists who now no longer work for the big three or the big companies. They're now doing their own thing. Megyn Kelly obviously is doing very well. All the women that were commenting last night were saying the same thing about the moderators. So it's not just guys looking at women and saying, boy, these chicks are awful. I called them broads. I refer to them as broads, not in a good sense, because back in the day, you would say broad when you were growing up in Philly, not on Broad Street, although I grew up Broad Street adjacent, like a quarter block away. So when we call people broads, remember Sinatra used to call women broads. I'm going to call these women broads not in a kind way, but in a detrimental way. That was embarrassing last night. I was embarrassed for both of those women out there, and I'm more embarrassed for CBS. Somewhere, Dan Rather's still alive, but we haven't seen him lately. Even he's embarrassed, and he's the godfather of fake news. Remember, he's the guy that made fake news what it is today.
That's true.
Oh, yeah. Do you also call David Muir a broad? Because I think you should just, put him in that category.
I have a different name for him, but I can't say it on the show.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
But the thing, you're right. The things that were ridiculous, again, I'm watching like everybody else. I knew J.D. Vance was smooth, and I thought he handled it brilliantly. Tim Walz was actually agreeing with a lot of the stuff. But the question about January 6th, that was set up at the end. And then climate change is the second question?
Yeah.
It was just a joke.
Crazy.
And the fact that they go, you know why climate change is confirmed according to scientists? It's the scientists who get paid the most to say that it's real. John Kerry, Al Gore, another election denier who had to go all the way to the Supreme Court to win his election, to admit he lost his election back in the day. The best thing that happened to Al Gore was he lost the election and then went to the Supreme Court and realized he lost so he can become a billionaire pimping climate change. So people who have lost elections and moved on to other grifts like John Kerry and Al Gore, they're billionaires because of the grift of climate change. Is there climate change? Yes, there has been for billions and billions of years. So making that and saying that science has determined that it's a fact because we have hurricanes, we've had fewer hurricanes this year than any other year. So how is it that now, because one storm comes up and gets stronger and unfortunately makes landfill and goes up into Georgia and Tennessee and all these other states, But don't forget, Joe Biden was on the phone for 2 hours on the beach. So shut your mouth. And you notice whose name was not mentioned in the debate last night? Joe Biden.
It's true.
Nobody mentioned Joe Biden at all. Not even Tim. And the funny thing is, J.D. Vance could have said Biden-Harris, but he was just putting it all on Kamala Harris. Because let's be honest, Joe Biden isn't in the Situation Room. Kamala's at FEMA reading a statement. Then she goes into this big room with a long table and doesn't answer any questions from the media. So Kamala Harris is staying true to her. I'm not saying anything. I'm keeping my mouth shut, and I'm going to go on some NBA baller podcast and talk about Doritos. That's what she's going to do.
Tony, were you not booked for the All the Smoke podcast? I figured you turned that down, and they had to resort to Kamala as a backup guest.
No, man, I love those guys. You don't want any of this. Let me just say this right now.
Yeah.
You don't want any of this smoke.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
All the
You
smoke.
don't want any of this smoke.
Yeah,
All the Smoke with Bruno and Miss Robin coming up Friday at 7.
Puff pass. Or pass the Dutchie from the left's on side.
Yeah.
Hey,
all right, enough about this stupid debate last night.
Yeah, let's get down
By the
to
way, not only should they have thrown in the towel, they should have thrown in the entire laundry section. They should have been. The two moderators should have taken their bras off and thrown them on the stage. They were wearing bras.
Wow.
Bra and penny match, like old school WWF.
Exactly.
The hell with the debate. Let's get to, because you talked about the disaster, obviously, in the South. We've talked about how Trump has been on the ground while Kamala's doing photo ops and 5-minute pressers from FEMA. How's your area, and how have you guys been affected and impacted?
Well, we had some high tides, but luckily, the good thing about down here, and Dawn knows this, Wink, the local, they have the best weather anywhere. And then Fox Weather, by the way, is also a good operation because they do 24-hour coverage. The Weather Channel, they're all good because they all use the same radars, but the Wink's channel down here has 3 times the Doppler. You know how Philly, they brag about, our weather, the first in the weather. Wink has 3 times the Doppler speed than any other network. So there's another storm brewing. There's one that's way down there. But, we knew the story. They nailed this one because now all the models, now they have all the spaghetti models. They have the European models, the Hispanic models, my favorite models, the Hispanic models, because when they turn sideways on the weather screen and point to different places, my barometer rises immediately. And so that's why I like the Latina models whenever they have all these models for the hurricane tracking.
Tony,
my dad
has the same.
Tony, Nancy Pelosi does not like your line of talking and your line of verbiage here about your barometer.
Why would you even cover that?
My dad calls it, he'll say, oh, that weather lady, she really got hit by an umbrella. At first I was like, what are you talking about, Daddy? But, hit by an umbrella, so when she turns to the side. Do you get that?
Yes,
that's my dad's
Now you're
cute little way.
It's good old school knowledge right there. I never heard that term before, but it's accurate.
Your father's still alive, right, Dawn?
Oh, yeah.
88, right?
Yep,
Do you still call him Daddy? Because I find that to be very cute. That's
sometimes,
very
yeah,
sweet.
we say
Daddy.
Daddy.
Yeah, I got to tell you, I hope my
He's a
daughters never
sweetheart.
stop calling me that. Yeah, I like
when they call me Big Papa.
Who doesn't?
You throw your hands in the air like you's a true player. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly right. Tony Bruno breaking it down as only he can. Bruno's going to stick around with us into the 9 o'clock hour. We'll get to Pete Rose, the Phillies playoffs, the Eagles, and all of those issues. Last one on the political front, because we've talked about the hurricane, we've talked about the debate. The big story yesterday, pre-debate, obviously what's going on with Iran attacking Israel. And, if you recall those 2 moments on the news networks where Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, what advice would you say to Iran? And they both said, don't.
Joe said it 4 times.
That is
on
right.
60 Minutes, Joe said, don't.
So
Kamala said, don't.
How's that strong foreign policy working out right now as Israel's Iron Dome is being bombarded? I got to tell you, I don't like just taking what a politician says and parroting it, but it's true. None of this was happening under Donald Trump, Tony. We were told if Trump had access to the nuclear launch codes and the button, Trump would bring us to the brink of World War III. He's been gone for 4 years, and we're this close to maybe nuclear war and world war again.
And the greatest thing about all of these comments, they're all on tape. I mean, John Kirby, who's been in the White House, he's not just a flack for Joe Biden. He was a flack for Trump. I mean, he's the guy that has to go out there. He's an admiral, and he has to give the U.S. spin. And I remember somebody put a side by side when the Iran money was put back into place. Remember, Donald Trump did not pay them the money for the ransom and all the other things. Then Kirby said, well, he said that when they freed the money, when the Biden-Harris administration freed the money to Iran, he came out and said, well, no, we'll be able to track it. They're not going to use it for war or building missiles or anything else. We'll be able to track it. Now, go ahead 4 years. Where did that money go? Where did they get the money to make all these ballistic missiles? Right? Yeah. They got it because we gave them the money back that Trump froze.
And
now they're selling
terrorism.
oil. Exactly.
Yeah, we're funding
this
it to
this
have
is where you
Israel
can
be
easily
attacked.
fact check this stuff.
Yes.
This is stuff you can easily fact check. But the average person doesn't have time to fact check. They turn on the news, and then they hear what they hear, and nobody fact checks the fact checkers. And so CBS last night had the thing about, follow the live fact check. Who the hell was following that? They couldn't even fact check themselves live.
Yep.
Who was fact-checking CBS News last night? Who was fact-checking them when they kept going after? And I know they finally asked one tough question of Walz, and that was about the stupid Tiananmen Square thing, which really doesn't matter. And then he said, I misspoke. I mean, that was a wasted question.
Yeah.
But obviously, they set up the January 6th question for the end so that Walz can have a one shining moment and go out there and talk about accepting but I thought what J.D. Vance did when he brought it to the real threat to democracy is censoring free speech. Because remember, Walz also said that free speech is not protected. So the bottom line is, you look at the candidates now. Remember, if Kamala Harris wins, this guy is the second in command. So now you've got a ticket with two of the most unworthy, unqualified hacks ever to be put up as a president and vice presidential candidate. And most of the time, the vice president doesn't matter. But Kamala Harris made some very important deciding votes to screw the country over, especially with the Inflation Reduction Act.
She was the
tiebreaker.
tiebreaker. Yeah,
exactly.
So tie-breaking vote.
I hate when it goes to tiebreakers. It went to tiebreakers, then it went to a shootout.
Yeah,
which is what we got right now. To use a sports term, it went from a tiebreaker to a shootout.
Yeah.
And you don't want to get in sudden death shootouts, and now that's what's happening in the Middle East.
And the shootouts are usually reserved for Dawn's News at 6:05. And by the way, Donovan McNabb does not know that games can end in a tie. We realized that 15 years ago. But the thing that's frustrating about this, Tony, is people that have their head in the sand. The United States is funding Iran's terrorism, which in return, because Iran doesn't have the bodies and they're not shedding the blood. So what are they doing? They're funding Hamas. They're training Hezbollah. They're training and funding the Houthis, and they go out and attack Israel when Israel's trying to defend themselves. We're 6 days away from being removed from 1 year from that slaughtering at that music fest. And you have people in this country that are Jewish, which I don't understand. And I asked Trump this on May 10th when we interviewed him. I said, how can you be a Jewish Democrat and still vote Democrat this time around? And you do whatever you want, but on the surface, and maybe I'm not going deep enough, I don't understand how anybody that's Jewish does not vote for Trump this time around when we see what's happening.
I agree. And speaking of Jewish, I guarantee you a lot of Democrats watching that last night were saying, she picked this guy over Shapiro?
Yeah.
So Josh Shapiro, when he's not autographing bombs in Pennsylvania with Zelensky next to him, he's looking out and now saying, wow, how about this? Well, let's throw this one out. Do you think that they can make another swap right now, 34 days away from the election, and swap out Tim Walz for Josh Shapiro? Is it too late? Would this reek of desperation? Or is it a play they have to make now?
Should Kamala swap out Tim for Josh? 610-6... Oh, no, that's a different set. All right, let's come back. We'll get Bruno's thoughts on the passing of not only Pete Rose, but Dikembe Mutombo. Phillies playoffs upon us. And we'll play the blame game for the Eagles' 2-2 start. It's Kayal and Company. We're back after this.
They're pounding on the door. They're calling on the phone.
They're threatening to close your business. If debt has your business on the brink, call Ray Reynolds, the godfather of credit. For over 40 years, Ray Reynolds has helped thousands of customers get millions in cash credit. It's no wonder why they call Ray the godfather of credit. He may even be able to raise your score above 750 before the end of the year. You could even get a new personal or business credit line up to $50,000 within days. If your credit needs a rebuild, call Ray Reynolds and receive a $1,000 cash credit card at closing. Raise your credit score to 750 or more. Call Ray Reynolds at 800-576-2295. 800-576-2295. Learn about Ray's secrets to success and how he can fix and improve your credit score to 750 or more. Call the godfather of credit rebuild, Ray Reynolds, at 800-576-2295. 800-576-2295.
This is an important notice to all U.S. taxpayers. The IRS is giving away billions of dollars in tax savings through a federal program called the Fresh Start Initiative to aid delinquent taxpayers. This initiative was established for anyone facing financial hardship and unable to pay their back taxes. Qualifying and enrolling in this program will stop all collections, settle your delinquent tax problem, and even reduce what you owe by thousands of dollars. Call the hotline at People's Tax Relief to see if you qualify and get this free information by dialing 800-727-9105. If you have unfiled tax returns or cannot afford to pay your personal or business back taxes, you can now get the help you need. One simple phone call can resolve your tax problem and save you thousands of dollars. To see if you qualify and to get this important free information, call 800-727-9105. 800-727-9105. 800-727-9105.
If you're still waiting for a sign, here's another one. At California Psychics, we reject 98% of the psychics who apply to work for us. So we only connect you with the best. That's how we can guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. And right now, new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. If that's not a sign, I don't know what is. Dramatic sound effect incoming. Experience the joy of certainty at CaliforniaPsychics.com.
Hi, I'm Angie Hicks, co-founder of Angie. And one thing I've learned is that you buy a house, but you make it a home. Because with every fix, update, and renovation, it becomes a little more your own. So you need all your jobs done well. For nearly 30 years, Angie has helped millions of homeowners hire skilled pros for the projects that matter. From plumbing to electrical, roof repair to deck upgrades. So leave it to the pros who will get your jobs done well. Hire high-quality certified pros at Angie.com.
WPHT, WPHT-HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Cancer, a scary word, but not so scary if you have the right team. Hi, this is John DeMasi, host of Health Watch, Sundays at 8 and again at 4 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. And that team is Dr. Molly Fantasia and the medical staff at Innovative Medical Associates. Yes, cancer is a scary word and a difficult condition if you've been diagnosed. Over the years, the staff at Innovative Medical Associates has helped hundreds of patients with their unique medical hydration protocols. Cancer support is a large part of the practice at Innovative Medical Associates.
We believe in medical hydration. We've improved it so much that we are able to help people across the board with challenges before they become chronic.
Talk about improving your quality of life. Most likely, that'll happen when you visit Innovative Medical Associates. Check them out on the web at innovativemedicalassociates.com or call 856-489-0505 to schedule your initial complimentary consultation.
Yo, Roy is Ford. We know your favorite station is 1210 WPHT.
Get up, Harry! Come on, let's go!
Let's go! 9:01, fourth and final hour underway here on this Wednesday morning. Tony Bruno, live from Florida, as we continue debate fallout. Just 34 days until the election. We've covered the election, we've covered the debate last night, the hurricane, and of course the conflict in the Middle East. But when we talk with Bruno, as we like to do on this show, we delve into entertainment, pop culture, and sports. And no bigger story than the passing of Pete Rose. Tony Bruno, as a man who lived it, watched it, and covered the man in your early days, your thoughts on the Hit King passing away?
Well, I mean, it was a crazy day, a crazy week. I mean, we lost so many legendary people in entertainment and sports, but Dikembe Mutombo and Pete Rose, two guys who were great members of the, they were from other organizations. They weren't original Philadelphia 76er players or original Phillies players. But I remember when I was covering the news, I was covering sports locally in Philly, and I was down at the vet all throughout the entire. I remember the day that Pete Rose was supposed to make the decision on which team he would choose, and the Kansas City Royals at the time were thought to be the front runner that Pete Rose would go to Kansas City, and then he chose Philadelphia, and Pete came to Philly, and all of us who were alive back then and got to see those teams, and I got to cover Pete and that great team. He was the missing link when it came to they need that one guy. It's like when, Dr. J coming to the 76ers, Moses Malone and Dr. J. Moses Malone helps them clinch the deal for the Sixers to win the championship in '83. Pete Rose was that guy that stirred the drink. Not Darryl Strawberry. Pete Rose came to a Phillies team that was good, that just couldn't get over the hump, and then they win the World Series with the unbelievable catch off the glove of Bob Boone, the catcher. So Pete, the greatest hit guy in base. Now, there were other great hitters. You look at guys who also are no longer with us. Out in Tony, the guy in San Diego.
Tony Gwynn.
Legendary. Tony Gwynn was another amazing hit machine.
Yep.
Ricky Henderson. There were a lot of great hitters. But Pete Rose, and the thing that bothers me the most about Pete Rose dying is the sanctimonious talking heads who said, Pete Rose, bad guy, but great baseball player. And when I hear that, and what really galls me now is that the Major League Baseball people who were crushing Pete Rose for gambling, and yes, he should not have gambled. I don't believe Pete bet against his own team. Pete was a degenerate gambler, and I think when he was managing and he was betting on his own team, he was betting on his team to win, not to lose. Now, I know that's, people say, well, but no. Now we fast forward now. Pete Rose is dead. He's not in the Hall of Fame. So you know what's going to happen. They're going to posthumously put him into the Hall of Fame. Mm-hmm. And you know why they'll posthumously put him into the Hall of Fame? Because he's a Hall of Fame player. So plainly, the guy was a dirtbag. The guy was a loser. Meanwhile, every channel that you watch, every baseball game, every sporting event, what are they talking about? Legalized gambling. You can bet now on every pitch. Yep. You can sit at any ballpark and bet on every pitch what the next pitch is going to be. So don't play the sanctimonious cards. All you National Baseball Writers Association America scumbags, sit your asses down. Pete Rose should have been in the Hall of Fame. Barry Bonds should be in the Hall of Fame. If we're going to start playing, these guys are bad. This guy's the steroids. These guys were Hall of Fame players. Barry Bonds was a Hall of Fame player before the juice.
Mm-hmm.
All these players are keeping out is just sanctimonious sport. And I remember doing local news in Philly, doing local sports, and I would call out the Baseball Writers Association of America. To me, they are the most sanctimonious of all people who have the decision-making ability to determine who goes into the Baseball Hall of Fame and who doesn't.
Yep.
And a lot of these guys would not vote for first ballot Hall of Fame guys just to make a name for themselves so they could be called out on national media as being the guy who did not want a unanimous Hall of Fame lock put in his first term.
Yep.
That's the kind of nonsense that they do. And that's why, to me, it's sad that Pete Rose is gone and he will not be able to see himself go into Cooperstown because he belongs there.
Yep.
And if you're going to say, well, Pete Rose had a lot of flaws, remember the guy. Now, people don't know these stories unless you're a baseball historian. I'm not a historian. But the guys, the Mickey Mantles, all of these guys, Babe Ruth, all of these guys were on train rides with media people, and the media people knew what these guys were doing with women and drugs and other stuff, drinking all night. But the media was close to the players because they would ride the trains with them from city to city.
Yep.
So they would never report on what the players are doing. Nowadays, with everything out there with social media, everybody knows what these people are doing. So to me, Pete Rose is a Hall of Famer. And it's sad that he's going to go into the Hall of Fame after he's dead when he should have been in there the day after he retired.
I agree. The hypocrisy is definitely astounding, especially with the embracing of gambling in Major League Baseball, where you're right. You can't go 2 seconds without a BetMGM or any of these other sportsbook ads popping up all
And then
over.
not that there's anything wrong with it.
No,
By the
of
way,
course
gambling
not.
problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
That's right.
Don't forget.
I've got it on speed dial.
FanDuel.com/Greg. Thank you very much. Sorry.
Yes, there you go.
Do you know anybody who's called 1-800-GAMBLER after a bad weekend of gambling?
Let me check my call log.
I haven't won a parlay in 3 months. So I called 1-800-GAMBLER.
Well, Pete just placed one at 5-1 odds in the afterlife, Tony, so he's locked in.
You should listen to my FanDuel ads.
Yeah, stock hits at a great rate.
I've been hitting them
And
at a great rate.
I'm not blaming the gambling thing. The gambling was going to come. We knew it was going to happen. First, they got fantasy. They allowed that. And then they allowed gambling. And so, the good thing about online gambling is you can't bet unless you have money in the account. So that's the best part of it. You can't say, hey, put 100 large on this game for me, and I'm good for it.
Yeah,
No,
give me the
you're not
fish
good
for 10 dimes, Tone.
By the way, how about the baseball thing? Now, the Phillies are playing a simulated game today at Citizens Bank Park. It will not be open to the media because they start on Saturday, and they will play the winner of this Mets-Brewers series. And how about the Mets? Two teams that are red hot right now. The New York Mets, they beat the Brewers yesterday in Milwaukee 8-4. And so it looks like the Mets could be the Phillies' next opponent. They'll play another game later on today. But the Kansas City Royals got in. They shut out the Orioles in Baltimore. The red-hot Detroit Tigers got in. They won Game 1 in Houston. So the home teams in the American League both lost yesterday. The Mets beat the Brewers. They lost at home. The only team at home that won was the Padres, and they shut out the listless Atlanta Braves. The Atlanta Braves, and that's why the Cy Young voting, Chris Sale, for some reason, they kept him off their playoff roster. So something's wrong, and I think this opens the door for the Phillies to get a Cy Young winner when they complete the voting. By the way, the Eagles today, the Eagles will have a simulated game down at the Lakes. So if you're in South Philadelphia, the Eagles will take out tackling dummies, put it out in the park across from the stadium complex, and they will be practicing tackling dummies in the parking lot. So if you're a dummy out there, maybe they'll get some 12-year-old kids to run around and see if any of the Eagles' defensive backs can make a tackle. They have a bye week.
Yeah. Speaking of the Eagles, let's get to Nick Sirianni and Jalen Hurts because neither one of them.
He couldn't hit a bull's ass with a bass fiddle.
We got to break that down. I have no idea how that happened on Sunday. So obviously, everybody's down the hall talking about who's to blame. Is it the coach? Is it the quarterback? There's this reported riff out there that Jalen and Nick are not on the same page, and they've never really been on the same page. Look, they're 2-2. I did not have Super Bowl expectations. I thought they would be a good playoff team. And I'm not saying you should accept this, but maybe they're just an average team, and it's a continuation of last year where this team's going to muck and grind their way to a 9-8 season. Maybe it's good enough to win the division. Maybe they're a wild card. But there is some sort of disconnect. And I don't know if it's Darius Slay and the culture, but what do you make of it? Because something is not jiving and vibing right now.
Well, again, I don't make excuses for athletes. I'm a homer. I love the Eagles. They're my team. But the bottom line is, when you lose your two best players, your two best offensive weapons, they're gone. And then you lose your tackle. A lot of teams are playing. Look at the Dolphins. Dolphins lost their quarterback. They're on the third string quarterback. They stink. They got nothing, right? And so now you look at the Eagles and you say, they started in Brazil. Then they came home for one game against Atlanta, and they lost that, a game they should have won. And then they go on the road to face two really good teams on the road. They beat they win in New Orleans against the Saints,
right?
And then they go down to Tampa, where everybody knows that the Eagles stink. And it's the Tampa Bay Buccaneers are the Eagles' kryptonite.
They are.
They can't win in Tampa. That's a fact. Also, their preparation for that game, it's hot and humid down here. It was like 95, and it's 90 every day here. So if your coaching staff, what happened to the pickle juice? Remember when Andy Reid used to bring out pickle juice when it got too hot?
Yep.
And the guys would drink that crap? But the bottom line is, they were not prepared to face the heat. Guys had to leave the field. Then they lost their center. and then they lost their best defensive lineman to dehydration. They had to go into the locker room. So both teams had to play in the heat and humidity, but the Eagles were not prepared to play that game. And the Jalen Hurts turnovers, the ball got knocked out of his hands, and then when you saw their quarterback, Josh Sweat had him down. He was trying to knock the ball out, and he still went down. So the Tampa Bay Buccaneers now are on a roll. All these teams that are on a roll right now, eventually they come back to earth. Teams are hurting. Kansas City's got all these injuries, and yet they still find ways to win, and the officials help them a lot. There's no doubt about that.
Mm-hmm.
But no, Pickle Juice is not at Lou Turk's this week. Pickle Juice is not on the side stage. As Shafe says, Pickle Juice is a dancer at Lou Turk's, one of the legendary establishments. I believe our own... I believe Nick Kayal goes over there for some lunchtime festivities.
It's true. It's true.
And now why
would you even cover that?
Why would you even go there? Come on, as Nancy Pelosi would say. Why would you even cover my personal life? Come on, Tony. All right, last question for you, because you brought up the Phillies on Saturday. Here's the dilemma. And this is, again, they did not take into account what Nick Kayal and Tony Bruno need on a Saturday. Phillies at 4.
I don't need college football. By the way, you need college football. I'm watching baseball.
All right, so baseball.
I'm not watching any of these stinking college football games. There's like 3 or 4 good games every week.
What about
we knew the Alabama-Georgia game was going to be the big deal.
Yeah.
And guess what? Just like the Eagles can't beat Tampa Bay, Georgia cannot beat Alabama. Even if Alabama's not any good, they can't do it.
That's right. So what do you do? So, all right, college football is ruled out. You're into the Phillies.
Yes.
Now you have another big event coming up Saturday. Trump is returning to Butler, Pennsylvania, the site of the July 13th assassination attempt. So will you go to TV set up to watch the Phils and the Trumpster simultaneously?
What time is the Trump event? I don't even know what time the Phillies game starts. Is it an afternoon game or a night game?
Phils are 4:08, and Trump's between 5 and 6. So it's probably going to be the 5th or the 6th inning when the Phillies are playing.
I'll put the multi-view on. By the way, no networks. The Trump at the Trump rally. Even Fox News won't cover the Trump rally.
Oh, I think they will. No, I think they will. This is going to be historic. I think there's going to be a lot of coverage of it because of what happened in July.
I'll have the luckily I have multi-view on my YouTube TV, which I pay $1 million a month for, and still can't figure out why I have to go to Peacock for this game, and I got to go to Prime, and then I got to go to Apple TV.
Yep.
It's just it's an outrage, is what it is.
Exactly. I don't think Fox News is going to cover it, Nick.
Cover what?
I bet you they don't.
The Butler rally.
Oh, I totally disagree.
Okay.
Oh. You don't think they're going to have cameras there live to break into
sure
the
they
John
will.
Roberts show?
They'll play clips, but I don't think they're going to do it live.
All I know is this, guys.
Yep.
On Saturday afternoon, Joe Biden will have his phone when he goes back to the beach in Rehoboth, and he will be monitoring. He'll be monitoring the Phillies because his wife is a Philly girl.
That's true. Of course,
Dr. Jill.
Yeah.
So he'll have a phone. Yeah, he won't have his little. I can't believe Biden doesn't have a little TV set out there on the beach.
I know.
He should have a TV.
He should. He should absolutely have a TV set out there. Right?
Ridiculous, man. Tony Bruno, live from Florida. Great stuff, brother. Thank you very much. Love you,
All right,
pal.
guys, have a great weekend.
You too.
Keep
Take care.
women off of debate stages.
Oh, no.
Keep women moderators.
All women?
No more women moderators on the news. I'm sorry, Dawn. Maybe you should moderate a debate in Philly. You should do Casey versus what's his name, Dave McCormick.
I would agree. Where do we sign up for that? How do we get Dawn involved in that?
Bob, be a pay-per-view.
Yes.
Bob Casey will never agree.
Bob Casey will never agree. Bob Casey, who loved all the things now that he hates suddenly.
Yeah.
He was the guy that wants more wars. And what happens?
Yeah.
Jump on.
You know what will happen on Saturday
That's
afternoon?
what we do here.
Saturday afternoon, there'll be another situation in the Middle East, or the strike will the dock strike will end, or the dock strike will continue, and everything will go up again, and then we'll have a late pandemic to come in to finish off this election season.
Wow.
We need a big finish.
I'm getting texts. I'm getting texts and DMs as you're saying this that some of my friends or their husbands at Costco or Giant, wherever, and people are just loading up paper towels, loading up toilet paper.
Here we go.
Yep.
Jeez.
Just as you're saying that.
All right,
we
Bruno.
did this last week. Here, when there's a hurricane warning, the good thing about hurricanes, not that there's anything good about them, you know they're coming.
Yeah.
So you don't have one of these, I got to run out now. Like in Philly, when we start getting the snow, everybody will run out and get the normal necessities, the butter, the milk, the eggs, and the bread so they can make French toast and fill up the gas tanks. Here, they do that when a hurricane's coming. The water was gone. I actually made the news here locally last week because I was in the store looking for water, and it was sold out. So the other story is in Philly, and now with the dock strike, we saw what happened during the supply chain mess a couple of years ago. People know that they're not going to be able to get stuff. So they're running out now. They're running out now, and they're loading up.
Tony Bruno.
I'm going to be loading up on some action this weekend, too, Nick.
Yeah, me too. Me too. 1-800-GAMBLER if it goes south for you. All right, brother. Thank you. We got to run.
Thanks, guys. Good night, everybody. Good night, everybody.
Tony Bruno, live from
Love you,
Florida. Dawn, Greg and Bruno both don't think that we will not have a live broadcast of Trump's rally in Butler. Do you agree? As a TV person, somebody has to carry that live, right?
They usually stream it. Usually it's streaming on a Trump Force 47. I'll find that out. By the way, did you get my text? I was supposed to say this earlier, so I apologize.
Uh-oh.
But tonight in Bluebell, Montgomery County, maybe
Nick knows that well.
Maybe Nick Kayal or some of us might make this evening, but this is Athletes for America meet and greet, and this is with our friend Riley Gaines. Will be making an appearance. Okay. So they're saying don't miss out to meet these two incredible athletes and America First champions.
Yeah.
And it's also Frank Murphy.
Okay.
Who's a former NFL player, and Riley Gaines, who we know well.
Oh.
But it'll be at the 860 Penland Bluebell. Yeah. I think this is the Trump Force 47 headquarters there.
Yeah.
So you can meet Riley Gaines in person. So they're inviting all of us to go.
They offering a talent fee for my
No. I mean, this is when I say all of us. I mean you listening, all like the community. Come out, meet and greet, show your support.
Personally, I mean, I love the fight she's waging. A little down on Riley. I've DM'd her a couple of times since her fame and her fortune took off, and haven't gotten any responses as far as, hey, you want to come on and talk about a couple of these stories? A little too big for 1210 these days, I guess.
Are you creepily sliding into her DMs, bro?
No, I just, when she was an up-and-coming thing, I would reach out to her and she'd respond right away, and now she ghosts me. So, Riley's going to have to handle this one herself, Tony.
I don't think it's personal. It's just that she is very busy, and she's probably not looking at her DMs.
Yeah, they forget the little people on little AM talk radio. All right, coming up next, we'll get.
She could never forget you, Nick.
I helped build that star. That's what I do. We'll get to the morning mystery movie clip, and then Dawn's big three. I'm just having fun. Back after this, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
In a world filled with financial information, Citizens can help you make sense of it. So whether you're signing up or hitting snooze on some financial newsletters, scrolling through your socials that all seem to be saying the same thing, or getting together with your neighbors at a cookout to game plan college funds, you're ready to make the most of it. Make sense of your money with Citizens. Learn more at citizensbank.com/made-ready.
There's breaking news all day long from around the world, and sometimes all that noise makes it hard to hear about what's happening right here at home. With the free Odyssey app, getting your local news plus breaking news is easy. And even when you're not near a radio, stay connected with what's going on right here by listening live and push alerts. Just download the free Odyssey app and search and follow your local news station, and you're good to go. The local breaking news to get you through your day at your fingertips on the free Odyssey app. That's AUDACY.
When was the last time you watched your home movies?
Disasters strike unexpectedly. Every year, American families lose the one thing they'd run back into a burning building for: their family's memories. Hi, I'm Nick.
And I'm Adam. We started Legacy Box to help save your family's most important recorded moments so you don't have to worry.
Load Legacy Box with your old movies, film reels, and shoeboxes of photos.
We work our digitizing magic, converting those memories right to the cloud so they're safe and accessible forever.
It's fast, we always send your originals back, and it's done right here in the USA.
Over 1 million families have trusted Legacy Box. Better Homes and Garden, Real Simple, and Inc. magazine are all talking about Legacy Box.
New York Times columnist David Pogue says, "Have them digitized. I wish I'd done it sooner." Take action. Save your family's memories today with Legacy Box.
Go to legacybox.com/value to get an incredible 50% off your Legacy Box. That's legacybox.com/value for 50% off while supplies last. legacybox.com/value.
The
following is a paid commercial message.
Bob Casey supported radical sanctuary city policies, and Casey said,
I want to be held accountable if something doesn't work out well.
Casey's sanctuary city policies haven't worked out well. They release dangerous illegal immigrants onto our streets. In fact, Casey's sanctuary city policies released one illegal immigrant felon in Philadelphia who then raped a 5-year-old Pennsylvania girl. Casey made us all less safe. Casey not only supports these crazy policies that put convicted felons back on our streets, he'd make things even worse. Casey voted to give illegals with violent criminal records amnesty. Casey supported amnesty even for illegals convicted of domestic violence and child abuse. Rewarding illegals convicted of domestic violence and child abuse? It's insane.
I want to be held accountable.
It's time to hold Casey accountable. It's time for a change. It's time to fire Bob Casey. Senate Leadership Fund paid for and is responsible for the content of this advertising. Not authorized by any candidate or candidates committee. SenateLeadershipFund.org.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-353-9057. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-353-9057. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-353-9057. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-353-9057. 800-353-9057 or biglou.com.
Free speech lives here. The Dumb Giordano, weekdays noon till 3 on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
Kayal and Company, no better place to play than here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, because free speech lives here. Coming up in just a few moments, Dawn's Big Three, our 1210 WPHT Veteran Spotlight, shortly after 9:30, courtesy of Window Nation. More cut sheet, voicemails, today in music history, what's on tap for the Dawn Show. We don't even have a moment to take a breath here for the final 35 minutes. It's going to be action-packed, rapid fire. Before all of that, let's give it away with our morning mystery movie clip.
And now, the morning mystery movie clip on Kayal and Company. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Me and the McDonald's people got this little misunderstanding. They're McDonald's. I'm McDowell's. They got the golden arches. Mine is the golden arcs. Now see, they got the Big Mac, I got the Big Mick. We both got 2 all-beef patties, special sauce, lettuce, cheese, pickles, and onions. Yep. But they use a sesame seed bun. My buns have no seeds.
Think you know what it is? Be call at 12 at 855-839-1210, and you could win this great prize.
Once again today, a pair of tickets to see comedian Brian Regan on October 18th at the Miller Theater in Philadelphia. Tickets on sale right now at Ticketmaster.com. If you can identify that legendary, funny clip, call her 855-839-1210. Comedian tickets, Brian Regan, coming up October 13th. If you don't win them today, tomorrow, or Friday, you can purchase them at Ticketmaster.com. We'll get to our Veteran Spotlight in just a little bit, but right now, let's get caught up in the world of news. Time for a Dawn Stenzel Big 3 at 9:25.
It's the Big 3 at 9 on Kayal and Company.
Number 1, locally, well, we have a strike update for you. The Port of Philadelphia is at a standstill, pretty quiet. Only union dock workers on the picket lines, joining more than 45,000 people who went on strike at dozens of ports up and down the East Coast, East and Gulf Coast early yesterday morning. raising fears of higher consumer costs ahead of the holiday season. Locally, the facilities are not operating during the strike. Here they are: the Packer Ave Marine Terminal, Tioga Marine Terminal, Pier 122, Pier 80. But I was trying to look up what is still in operation. So this is the Southport Auto Terminal Vehicle Processing Center and Pier 98 Annex. Okay. So I was looking up some of the port sites just to see who is and who is not affected by this. And so Philadelphia, Port of Wilmington is also impacted, obviously. And then what are they worried about? Bananas. Yeah. Fresh fruit, and because bananas are so cheap.
Yes, the one thing that I really haven't noticed a price increase from inflation on, right?
Yeah, so we might have a banana shortage, or things like fresh fruits, the perishable items, the meats, and so all of those things will feel the immediate effects.
Yep.
I've looked at different reports, and they've said, hey, if they solve this thing in a week or even 2, not as big an impact.
Okay.
It's basically, if it goes over 10 days, then we start really noticing it, and that's when you're going to see that. Mm-hmm. There was one other thing I just wanted to point out, that the Teamsters releasing statements saying that they just a reminder, they do not cross picket lines, and they are supporting their union brothers and sisters at the International Longshoremen's Association.
Mm-hmm. I'm sure I violated something for not supporting fellow union members, but I don't. Sorry.
Yeah. Well, look, if this isn't resolved in 10 to 14 days, like Dawn says, Harry Daggett's just going to be cutting more wrestling promos.
Yes. Can you turn your light on, Dawn?
It is on. That's the weird thing. I don't know why I just turned it up, but I don't know what's up with it.
Jimmy, please go to the back.
Oh, it's the shade. I'm backlit.
And get the shades. Put the shades down. We put them up, or we put them down, and management comes in and puts them up. You know to see outside. We're trying to do a TV show here. This is a TV show, too.
Yeah.
Which is why, if you ever notice, television studios never have windows.
Yes.
Yeah.
This is why.
My God.
Go get me a dental deal and don't worry about the lighting, all right?
They're like, bring 1210 into the 21st century. Okay, here's a TV show we do. Oh, let's put all the windows up. Brilliant.
Just go work remotely.
But the good news here, Greg Stocker, the sun is out.
Thank you. I know.
So there's that.
Thank you.
We probably didn't even notice that all week because it was so darn cloudy.
Yep.
But the sun is out.
Darn cloudy.
Is that Jimmy? Thank you so much, guys. Thank you for doing that.
Yep.
So that's going on. I was looking for disruptions. So I just will let me just see. All right. So I talked about the bananas.
Yes.
So, and obviously the Biden-Harris administration not invoking any emergency powers, which they could invoke, not so much. Trump, I still don't see Trump talking about this.
Well, I'm going to tell you, I'm going to give a little prediction.
Yeah?
The Biden-Harris administration are going to swing in at the last minute, get a deal done.
To save the day?
And save the day.
Yeah, I could see that happening as far as, playing the political game, for sure.
Zelensky is just glad he got out of town.
Yep.
He's got his case.
Yes. Case.
His case and his case.
He's got his artillery, he's got his shells, he's got the bag.
Yep.
He's back in Ukraine living.
All right, we have
up.
a guest in on the next circle. So
we do. All right, so we got to go. Headlines: Israel's military preparing a significant retaliation to that shocking attack by Iran, and saw nearly 200 ballistic missiles streak across the Middle East, rain down on Israel last night. Iron Dome worked. We don't hear of injuries. And number 3, I'll just say Rosh Hashanah, Jewish New Year, tomorrow. And so that's why a lot of schools are off and things of that nature. So just a reminder of that beautiful forecast. Enjoy it. And that really will round out through the weekend.
Starts sundown tonight, right?
Right? Tomorrow night.
Tomorrow night, okay.
Sundown tomorrow, but that's why the schools are off.
Yep.
Okay.
So the kids are excited for Happy New Year.
And that's that's the New Year. Yeah. Happy
So
New
blessed
Year.
New Year.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
So we got that going on. That's Big 3.
All right. Thank you very much, Dawn. Coming up next, our 1210 WPHT Veteran Spotlight, brought to you by the great folks at Window Nation. Every Wednesday, the first Wednesday of every month, we highlight one of our true heroes. Up on deck this morning, when we come back, Rebecca Cornell. We'll talk to her from the Travis Manion Foundation coming up next.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare, don't miss this public service announcement from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. If you really want out of your timeshare, hang the phone up immediately or throw that mail piece in the trash and contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance with your timeshare. As the only Inc. 500 timeshare cancellation company, our knowledge, experience, and results has made Wesley a trusted resource for over 40,000 families we've helped get out of their timeshare. Give us a call and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about your timeshare and all of your options for cancellation.
Call for your free info kit. 800-329-2121. 800-329-2121. 800-329-2121.
Honey, is our car still under warranty?
No, not anymore.
My sister just got an extended service plan from Ox Car Care.
Ox Car Care?
Yeah, Ox will cover our repair bills if anything happens to our car, new brakes, a transmission, AC, or engine problems. Plus, Ox Car Care offers free oil changes, tire rotation, and roadside assistance.
Wait a minute, we pay nothing on the repairs? Ox gets it fixed for us? Free oil changes, free tire rotation, and free roadside assistance? What's the number?
800-224-8517. Ox has a 30-day money-back guarantee and an A-plus rating with the Better Business Bureau. They handle their claims from start to finish, unlike other warranty companies. We should call now. 800-224-8517.
The last thing we need is an unexpected car repair bill. I'm calling Ox Car Care now.
Call Ox Car Care for your free quote. 800-224-8517. Ask about senior and military discounts. Don't get stuck with a major car repair bill. Call Ox Car Care, 800-224-8517, or go to oxcarcare.com.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/gutter to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. So you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/gutter. That's leaffilter.com/gutter.
Your 401k goes up and down. That's fine when you're 40, but not when you're 60. Find out how to protect your hard-earned money. Tune in to the Retirement Spectrum with Alan Cohen, Saturdays at 3 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Listen this Saturday as Penn State battles UCLA. Coverage starts at 11:30 a.m. on the home of Penn State football. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
Hey, Clementon. Yeah! We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
All right, welcome back. Kayal and Company. The aftermath and the fallout from last night's VP debate will continue in just a few moments as we will get to What's on the Cut Sheet Part 2. But before then, it's the first Wednesday of the month, and every first Wednesday of the month, we have our 1210 WPHT Veteran Spotlight, brought to you by the great people at Window Nation for all of your window and door needs. Visit windownation.com, and with us this morning for the month of October is a great veteran herself, Rebecca Cornell. Rebecca, thank you so much for joining us this morning. It's a pleasure to have you on the program.
Thank you for having me. It's certainly a pleasure to be here.
Yes, and we do so many different things on this show, and two things that I love more than anything is raising money for police with our Families Behind the Badge Foundation, and then highlighting and raising money for all of our great warriors and our heroes and our veterans of the Travis Manion Foundation. So it's always a pleasure to chat with somebody that had more courage than I'll ever have. But I want to start with your background. I was reading up on it, and you received a scholarship to attend Susquehanna University. Take us through what that process was like, and then your early portion of your career as you served this great country.
Sure. Well, I did receive the scholarship. Honestly, joining the military was not something I really ever considered until I found out about the ROTC program. So my cousin had went to the Naval Academy, and that sort of sparked my interest. And I ended up getting a scholarship to Susquehanna and completing ROTC there. I absolutely fell in love with it. I flourished through the program and commissioned in 2013 as a second lieutenant in the Army and served as a logistics officer.
So you go to Afghanistan, and it's part of Operation Enduring Freedom in 2014. Was this something that you always envisioned? I always ask everybody we have on once a month, is there the family history and lineage of maybe your father or grandfather or uncle or brother that served? What led you down this path a decade ago?
Sure, absolutely. So my grandfather did serve. Like I said, my cousin went to the Naval Academy, but it was also something that I felt called to do myself. I've always sort of felt called to service. I do believe in being part of something bigger than yourself, and I did find that in the military, and now I find that in the Travis Manion Foundation. So serving in Afghanistan was certainly one of the highlights of my career, and I do believe it fulfilled that wanting to be part of something bigger than yourself.
So you come home, thankfully, you come home in one piece, everything is good, you have a family, you have children, and you're searching for that next calling, something to scratch that itch. What led you down the road of joining TMF?
Actually, and it's going to come full circle here. One of my friends through ROTC, also a fellow veteran who lives in the Philadelphia area, years after we both have separated from the Army, I saw him post on social media about doing a presentation with youth with the Travis Manion Foundation in a classroom. And I just thought, oh, wow, what is this? I would love to be involved in something like this. I really enjoy working with kids and those in our communities. And so he got me into contact with the people that I needed to with the Travis Manion Foundation. And that was around like 2020. So from there, I really just dove head in and have been working with youth in various facets throughout our communities ever since.
You know, it's an interesting time because we've got conflicts and wars. We've got Russia, Ukraine. We've got what just happened again yesterday with Iran and Israel. We have all these global wars, all of these conflicts. And with this show, we do very well at a lot of different demographics, but we do particularly well. And the point of this being in our younger demo of men 18 to 34. And that's kind of that age demo where you see people that enlist. Although we've also seen some recruiting numbers that have not been hit and met based on different branches of the military. What message would you give to somebody that's younger, that's listening to this show, that is eligible to serve, but might be hesitant with all the conflict that's going on right now and possible fear of deployment? How would you coach them up if they're kind of teetering on the fence?
Sure. So I say conflict, right? It's something that I think is going to be brought up because that's sort of what we see in like the mainstream news, and conflict is always going to be something that is around. So first, I do want to say there's ways to be involved in the military that do not have to, focus on that fear of deployment. Secondly, in terms of facing that fear, the military is something that I think is overlooked in the way that these character values that are instilled in us teach us to overcome that fear. I was fearful of going to Afghanistan, but honestly, it was one of the best times of my life. I learned and grew from meeting people from all over parts of the world. And it was, yes, fearful. And like you said, thankfully, everyone that I went and deployed with came back home. But it was something that helped me grow as a person. So I think getting uncomfortable, and if there's that glimmer of someone wanting to join the military and stepping into that uncomfortability is what really allows us to grow. So I think realizing that, there could be conflict, but there's ways to be part of the military that you don't necessarily have to go through that deployment phase.
Yeah, no, it's a great message. Learning to be comfortable in uncomfortable settings is definitely something people need to experience and learn how to handle and adapt and thrive in those settings. Rebecca, thank you so much. We're glad you're home. Thank you for your service, continued success with the Travis Manion Foundation, and thank you for coming on today.
Absolutely. Thank you for having me.
You are welcome. Rebecca Cornell, and she is brought to you by Window Nation. For all your door and window needs, visit windownation.com. All right, let's get to What's on the Cut Sheet, Part 2.
What's on the cut sheet?
Part 2. By the way, just a side note, next month for our Veteran Spotlight, we're going to do an entire week. Because as we know, Veterans Day is in November. We're going to do an entire week, and we are going to focus on World War II veterans. World War II veterans.
I can't wait for that.
There are few, but some still alive. We are tracking them down as we speak. We're going to do an entire week of honoring the greatest generation, the World War II generation, for our Veteran Spotlight for the month of November. Thanks to Window Nation for all of that.
Awesome.
So how did the debate last night affect undecided voters? Right? Do you guys buy that there's still undecided voters?
I feel like it's smaller and smaller by the day. Whatever that sliver was a week ago or a month ago continues to tighten up.
Yep.
There's probably 7 undecideds left in the entire country.
I think, to be honest with you, I think the undecided voters are people who don't like Trump, won't vote for Trump, but aren't resigned to voting for Harris.
So you think they're sit-outs?
I think that they're sit-outs.
Okay.
Absolutely. So CNN went to Michigan to talk to the few voters that remain undecided after the vice presidential debate last night. Did it change any of their minds? This is cut 5. Phil, go.
I do want to step back with this group. Again, we noted we had 7 undecided voters coming in. We have 6 now. For the 6 of you who have not decided, 35 days left. Alex, I want to start with you. What's the main issue that you're going to be looking for to make that decision?
Absolutely. Thank you. So the biggest thing that I'm still looking at is foreign policy and international relations. Watching the debate today, it was touched on for maybe 6 minutes total, only on the breaking news that was happening in Iran today, or in Israel today, with Iran attacking them. I think that there's still so many issues at hand with international politics, and seeing how our president, or possible president, and our vice president possibility would react to those situations is extremely crucial. Looking at Ukraine and Russia, and looking at China and Taiwan, not just focusing on the attacks today, but kind of looking at international relations as a whole is still probably one of the heaviest part of my decision.
Hope, what's the one issue you're keying on these last 35 days?
So coming into this debate, I was definitely focused on how trustworthy are the candidates. I think that's still my main issue, and I thought this was a great civil debate, and like how trustworthy I think the candidates are grew for both of them, in my opinion. But the one thing that stuck out to me was Vance's refusal to say whether or not Trump lost the 2020 election, and then also how he kind of said that carbon may not cause climate change, and kind of just his refusal to agree with those things that most people very clearly see makes me think he's not as trustworthy. But I did like a lot of his other policies.
All right.
So, well, I mean, we can start with the first guy's haircut if we wanted to, but we'll actually
Road Warrior says, "Look, a young Greg Stocker. I look nothing. I look nothing like that."
There was 4 guys. There was 4 guys there, and 3 of them had bad haircuts.
I have a great haircut. I'm 44 years old. I still have all my hair. Thank you very much.
God bless you.
Sorry.
So you go to the female there. Like, you can hit back on the carbon stuff and all you want. To me, the easy counter is, wait a minute. So you're concerned about climate change, yet you sit here and vote for people like John Kerry, who fly to Davos, Switzerland on a private jet that put out more emissions than you will in your lifetime with your vehicle. I mean, you could always point out that hypocrisy. But, like, what do you want Trump to say? So will you vote for Trump if he admits he lost in 2020, if he apologizes? I don't understand that from the standpoint of being held up on whether or not you're going to vote for somebody. Like, whether he says it or not, whether it was or not, Do you care about your bottom line? Why do you get caught up in the superficial stuff?
She's young. She's young. She looks like a first-time, maybe second-time voter.
Right.
So I don't think she cares about any of that, Nick. To your point.
Yeah. Yeah, you're probably
you need,
right.
Again,
Skin
voting.
in the game.
You need skin in the game, man.
Yeah.
When you don't have skin in the game, you're voting on whatever your dumb professors tell you, or you see on TikTok, or your feelings. And when we get into that situation, that's when we get into trouble.
Do you think there's any people that do have skin in the game that are just waiting for him to say something about 2020 before they do pull the trigger to vote for him? Because I feel like that narrative out there of, again, getting caught up in 2020 and January 6th, no matter what side you're on, it really, I just don't look at how it impacts your life in 2024. Like if you're sick of the economy, if you're sick of whatever the actual issues and policies or lack thereof that you're sick of, those two things of the 2020 election and the January 6th event, they don't have any impact on fixing these other broken issues. Like it's a totally separate conversation, which we can have, which this format has had for 4 years. Yeah, it's like bringing up Pete Rose. Should he be in the Hall of Fame? That's why I didn't ask Bruno. We've done that show 1,000 times in our lives.
I just want to know who these undecided people are. Like, I get it if you need to hear more from Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. I 100% understand that.
Mm-hmm.
But who are these people that I need to hear more about this Trump fella? Yeah. You know what I mean? Like where?
Because they're not paying. They're people who probably aren't really political and are not paying that much attention.
Do you think?
For 8 years, though? It's not like Trump just got dropped off the back of a dump truck a week ago. He's been around for a decade.
So who are we talking about? We're talking about younger women, first-time voters perhaps, or college age, who are probably going to vote for the ticket for the Democrats because what it comes down to is they're probably going to follow whatever Doja Cat tells them to do. You know what I mean? I mean, I'm sorry, Taylor Swift, Doja Cat, whoever, and that's what they're going to do. And so maybe I think what J.D. Vance, the fact that this young lady said that, she liked J.D. Vance, it was important that he just tells his story, that he grew up as a Democrat, grew up as, raised by a mom, drug addicted. He was very empathetic. And he was just a nice guy. He was a decent human being.
And that's another message that should be hammered home, right?
Yeah.
Like he's talked about growing up poor.
Yep.
Like we hear about it's not fair. I was like, dude, JD Vance was dirt poor. Dirt poor.
And so that no other candidate of the four of them can say that.
Yeah.
And so that was an important message to get out there, to say, I know hunger, I know poverty, because the others, even though the Democrats and some of the commercials for Kamala Harris may say that, talk about Trump being rich, she's rich too. And she, truthfully, without even speaking that much during her 20-minute photo op at the Arizona border, she couldn't help herself. The fact that she wore that beautiful 18-karat gold Tiffany necklace that retails, the minimum is $62,000. She's a very wealthy woman. She is a millionaire many times over.
I will say this. I'm going to say it again. The only undecideds, in my opinion, are people who are undecided if they're going to vote for Kamala Harris or not. The end.
True, but also maybe people who aren't going to vote at all.
Yep.
And that's where Tim Walz and Republicans walk a fine line, because on one hand, there are pro-life individuals who are unhappy with Trump and Walz trying to move to the middle on this abortion issue.
Yes, agree.
So there's that.
Let me keep going here. Last night on MSNBC, they all agreed that Tim Walz won the debate, but Nicole Wallace said, "Shame on J.D. Vance for," Dawn, hold on to your blouse there, mansplaining to the moderators. So apparently, when he tried to fact check them and they cut off his mic, he was mansplaining.
Mansplaining.
This is cut 21. Phil, go.
And I actually think if you're a woman, that might be the worst moment J.D. Vance had, because he was going to mansplain right over that mute button. He was, and again, I don't pretend to know how everyone will react to this. I think that a lot of women in positions of authority that should command respect just by virtue of that dynamic will see themselves in some dude that disrespected them and talked over. I mean, there was a moment like that with then vice presidential in the Harris-Pence debate.
That one of these candidates is much slicker than the other, is a much more practiced kind of professional debate style speaker, and the other candidate won.
Wow.
There was one bad moment for Tim Walz in this debate where he got mixed up and embarrassed in answering a question about exactly what month he had been in China in relation to the Tiananmen Square protest.
It seems to me if the goal is to make Tim Walz your neighbor, your Midwest neighbor, a nice guy, actually, despite all the things we're saying this morning, it's mission accomplished. And Tim Walz got exactly what he needed out of this, and so did Kamala Harris.
We've talked about this a little bit when we were sitting over there waiting. I think Tim Walz is one of the best communicators out there in Democratic politics. And he propelled himself onto the ticket because he is such an effective, good communicator.
He's a human Mr. Potato Head. I'm trademarking that, by the way. That's just nonsense. Did Rachel Maddow lose her fastball if she ever had one? This is what happens when you work one day a week. Tim Walz won?
I gotta say this because, and I know this is going to make a lot of people unhappy. Jen Psaki is a great communicator. She is fabulous at what she does, and for her to downplay herself by saying Tim Walz is the best communicator to the Democrats is just ridiculous.
Yes.
It's just a ridiculous statement.
Psaki is very well spoken.
She's 100 times better than he is.
Yes.
Right. It's
Sorry.
Let me ask you this, and I had this thought last night. Can you actually make the case that Tim Walz is a better debater than Kamala Harris?
Tim Walz is a better debater than Kamala Harris. No.
Okay.
No.
No. Okay.
No.
I was just thinking about that because
I mean it's a great question.
Because I know Vance. I mean, look,
something you shouldn't have brought up at 9:52, maybe at 7:52.
Yeah, you're right. No, save that for the big take.
Just her reaction. She had certainly in a mirror. She had practiced looking at Trump, and they put that on 2 shots during that one. Tim Walz was like, that's why I call him Tommy Boy. Timmy Boy. He was like, he was like.
I'm having flashbacks. Remember when Spade hits him with the 2x4? He's like, yeah, right here. Not so much there or here, but right here. That's Tim Walz.
I mean, did the folksy knucklehead stuff, did that win over?
No, it was a shtick.
According to the MSNBC panel.
Well, all right, let me ask you this. Let me play one more, and then we got to get out of here. This is the media reaction after the J.D. Walz, Tim Walz debate that wasn't MSNBC, who all said he won. Cut 22, Phil, go.
There is no doubt in my mind, however Governor Walz did in terms of sincerity, that Vance won this debate.
Does Governor Walz have a problem with the truth? No.
They were talking at one point, Vance wanted to correct something about how Haitians got into this country. And he was right, and the moderators wouldn't let him correct it. It's very interesting.
Of course not. Wow.
But at the beginning, the 2 issues driving the campaign right now are Harris has a big deficit on the economy, Harris has a big deficit on immigration, and Republicans were happy tonight and Democrats a little bit nervous that on those 2 issues, Vance carried it.
Wow.
Look, if you believe that Tim Walz won the debate, then look, you've already made up your mind who you're voting for.
Yep.
Like nothing can sway you. Because nobody with a logical, functional brain would say that he won.
Morning.
Let's get to today in music history.
Yeah, there we go. Thank you.
What happened on this day in music history? Music history on Kayal and Company.
Today, October 2nd, we celebrate the birthdays of Jim Root from Slipknot, who's now 53, Al Connolly from Glass Tiger, who's 64, Phil Oakley, frontman from the Human League, who's now 69, Sting, who's 73, and Mike Rutherford of Genesis, who's 74. And one other person actually has a birthday today. Tony Bruno mentioned them earlier.
The Tiffany Network Now Tiffany, the former mall singer who did I Think We're Alone Now, has more credibility than the Tiffany network. That's a great Tiffany pull right there. Remember Tiffany?
That's good Tiff knowledge. Not to
Jumping
be confused.
around in the mall singing the song I Think We're Alone Now.
Yeah. Not to be confused with that Tiffany necklace that Kamala wore at the border that cost 72 G's.
Yes, Tiffany turns 53 today. We also lost Tom Petty on this day in 2017. Single the Coup, Disturbed's version of Land of Confusion by Genesis in 2006, and Hold the Line by Toto in 78. Albums include What's the Story, Morning Glory by Oasis in 95, Ghost in the Machine by The Police in 81, Kid A by Radiohead in 2000, and Restless and Wild by Accept in 1982. Also, Bonnie Tyler was atop the singles chart in 83. Rod Stewart was atop the singles chart in 71. On that same day, Soul Train made its debut. In 76, Joe Cocker is the musical guest at SNL and actually sings Feeling All Right with John Belushi. And in 67, the entire Grateful Dead band gets arrested for marijuana possession. But lastly, on this day in 77, the bodies of Elvis Presley and his mom were moved from the cemetery they were buried in to Graceland after an unsuccessful attempt to body snatch the coffin.
Wow.
For Kayal Company, I'm Phil Opquist.
Look at that. Philip Almquist. Great rendition of what occurred today in music history. And he audibled on the fly to put the Tony Bruno stuff in because I think that's normally recorded before we get to 9:50 in the morning. So nice work on the fly. Philip, we find out what's on tap for the Dawn Show in just a few moments.
So off the top, updating you on the developing and breaking stories that are happening right now. 10:05. RNC Chair Michael Whatley, who I had the pleasure of meeting in person and seeing in Montgomery County, talking about the RNC strategy, his reaction to the debate last night. Coming up at 10:30, more reaction and more local perspectives with our own Guy Shiraki, who needs no introduction. And then coming up in the 11 o'clock hour, especially at 11:30, we have Senator Ryan Aument. And he is behind some new bills that you want to hear about as far as social media, phones in schools, social media policies. So here in Pennsylvania, he's a senator who's trying to get things done and keep kids safe. You want to hear what he has to say. There's a whole lot going on, and it's a busy day for us.
All right, we are looking forward to that. Everybody have a great rest of your Wednesday. Stay tuned. The Dawn Show is up next. If you're out in that Bluebell area, maybe go out and support Riley Gaines tonight, and we will see you tomorrow morning at 6 a.m.
Good night, everybody.
We don't care who you vote for in the upcoming election. You know why? Because this is not a political ad. Jim Cipriotti and the Retire Ready Financial Group meet with people every day wondering if they should be doing something different with their money because it's an election year. At Retire Ready Financial Group, we want you to know where your money is, how it's performing, and if the market does go down, how does it affect your retirement? We call it a portfolio snapshot, and we do it at no charge. Our goal is for you to have confidence as you enter retirement, confidence to spend, and confidence that you won't run out of money. Let's vote those election worries right out of your retirement. For your complimentary portfolio snapshot, call 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415 or go